Chapter 751 This person must be still in Black Moon City. I want to meet this friend. Yun Xianxian glared at Lu Chen, who was hugging her jade leg. This guy was really thinking about her master, as she thought. But having said that, Lu Chen just spoke a few words to her master through her body, and he had never seen what her master looked like, so how could he have any thoughts about her master? This guy's harem is full of stunning beauties. His first criterion for selecting people must be good looks. This guy also collected harems in this way before, and most of his harem wives and concubines were selected by him personally. This is enough to prove that how much he valued the appearance of his wives and concubines. If this rebellious disciple hadn't met his master yet, he probably wouldn't have thought about doing that kind of thing to her master, even though her master was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, cold. Yun Xianxian then asked, "You? Hey! You have never seen my master, why do you look like you want to do something to her?" Lu Chen said with a smile on his face, "You are thinking too much. I just used this method to drive her consciousness out of your body." Yun Xianxian looked at Lu Chen faintly, obviously not believing what Lu Chen said. Before she had finished speaking, this guy answered her question. It was obvious that he had a guilty conscience. And even if this guy really has no idea about her master now, when her master arrives in Tianchen world, from the moment this traitor sees her master, this guy will definitely find a way to include her master in the harem. Forget it, she didn't bother to worry about it anymore, just let her do what she wanted. She just hoped that this traitor wouldn't be injured and her master would be fine too. Although she still had some grudges about her master locking her up in the first place, after listening to the reasons analyzed by Lu Chen in the past, she also felt that her master might have locked her up for her own good. However, only when her master arrives in Tianchen world and they meet and confront each other can she know what her master was thinking. Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian looked at the traitor holding her jade legs with helplessness. When her master arrives in Tianchen world, this traitor will probably be busy for a while. As Yun Qingsha continued to get closer to Tianchen world, the strange feeling on her body became more and more obvious. Yun Qingsha had the idea of cutting off the cause and effect, but now she did not have the strength to cut off the cause and effect. Moreover, Yongxiangxian is special to her. Even if Yongxiangxian has been tainted by that man, she will not easily cut off the cause and effect. Xiang World. Black Moon City. A woman wearing a phoenix robe appeared in the sky above Black Moon City. She quickly located Ji Kaiyu's location. Although she did not know Lu Chen, Ji Kaiyu was the city lord of Black Moon City. As long as Ji Kaiyu is found, it is equivalent to finding Lu Chen. At this time, Ji Kaiyu and Lu Chen were exchanging cultivation experiences in a room. Suddenly, Ji Kaiyu felt a little uneasy, as if some disaster was about to happen. Ji Kaiyu glanced at Lu Chen on the bed, and then said, "Lu Chen, I feel that another strong person has come to Black Moon City." After hearing Ji Kaiyu's reminder, Lu Chen's body also slowed down its movements and turned its attention to the puppet. At this moment, a woman's voice came, "City Lord Ji is indeed a member of the Ji family, but his cultivation level in the creation realm can sense my existence." Hearing this voice, Ji Kaiyu was stunned for a moment. The next moment, a woman wearing a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown appeared in the room. Seeing the woman in front of her, Ji Kaiyu was slightly stunned. Since she came to Black Moon City and became the city lord of Black Moon City, she has almost never returned to the Great Xia Dynasty, but she still has some understanding of the current situation of the Great Xia Dynasty. Some understanding. She also knew that the eldest princess Nangang Yuehua was competing for the throne with other princes, but she did not know that Nangang Yuehua had already won and was now the queen of the Great Xia Dynasty. The moment Nangang Yuehua appeared in the room and called herself Ji Kaiyu realized that the struggle of the Great Xia Dynasty was probably coming to an end, and this woman had won. Seeing Ji Kaiyu looking at him in a daze, Nangang Yuehua said lightly, "Why, City Lord Ji doesn't recognize me anymore. I remember that you met me more than once when you were in the Great Xia Dynasty. After Ji Kaihuyu came to his senses, he quickly saluted and said, "Greetings to your majesty." Although she is now from the Chu dynasty, she still belongs to the Great Xia Dynasty in the end. She also obeys the orders of the Great Xia Dynasty. The emperors of the Great Xia Dynasty have come to Black Moon City, so she naturally has to salute. Nangang Yuehua said lightly, "City Lord Ji is exempt from courtesy. In these years, the City Lord has guarded Black Moon City alone and worked hard without complaint. Even though he has lost contact with the Great Xia Dynasty, he still has not left Black Moon City and never forgets his mission. Thank you City Lord for your hard work." Ji Kaihuyu said, "This is what I should do." Speaking of this, Ji Kaihuyu asked, "I wonder why your majesty came to Black Moon City in person." Ji Kaihuyu also guessed why Nangang Yuehua came. The only one who could let Nangang Yuehua, the empress of the Great Xia Dynasty, go there in person was Lu Chen, who was lying on the bed. Nangang Yuehua glanced at Lu Chen lying on the bed. She was not displeased because Lu Chen did not stand up to salute. She was just a little curious. Why did a cultivator in the creation realm not get nervous at all when he saw her, the empress of the Great Xia Dynasty, and did not get up from the bed? She was still lying on the bed. After glancing at Lu Chen, Nangang Yuehua's sight returned to Ji Kaihuyu again. "I heard that a large-scale demon tide broke out outside the Black Moon City some time ago. The Black Moon City could not be defended, but a casual cultivator appeared behind. With the so-called exorcism sword technique, he resisted the demon tide alone, and even made the monsters in the demon ceiling forbidden land dare not step out of the demon ceiling forbidden land. I think this person is still in the Black Moon City. I want to meet this friend." After hearing Nangang Yuehua's words, Ji Kaihuyu thought to herself, as expected. At this time, Lu Chen's eyes swept over Nangang Yuehua's body. For some reason, he always felt that this woman was very similar to Nangang Qinjia, the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square. Then Lu Chen used the system to identify her. Name, Nangang Yuehua. Identity, Empress of Great Xia Dynasty, elder sister of Nangang Qinjia, 8th level of Wanfa realm. After learning that there was a cultivator who could restrain the demonic energy in Black Moon City, she immediately went to Black Moon City in person, intending to bring the cultivator back to Great Xia Dynasty to deal with the demons that might break the seal in the future. Rating, 99. Favorability, 10. After seeing Nangang Yuehua's information, Lu Chen smiled. No wonder he felt that Nangang Yuehua and Nangang Qinjia looked very similar. They were sisters. These two sisters really have a tacit understanding. Not long after the younger sister left, the older sister came again. At this time, Nangang Yuehua also noticed Lu Chen's gaze. Seeing this man's eyes looking at her unscrupulously, Nangang Yuehua's eyebrows slightly frowned. Since she became emperor, it was the first time she met a man who dared to look at her so nakedly. Chapter 752 I give you two choices. Due to cache reasons, please visit the book website directly to watch the fastest chapter update. Ji Kaihuyu also noticed that Nangang Yuehua's mood was a little wrong. Seeing the faint power emanating from Nangang Yuehua, Ji Kaihuyu was about to say something, but Lu Chen interrupted her. "Your Majesty, I am the casual cultivator who helped Black Moon City resist the demon tide." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Ji Kaihuyu quickly added, "Your Majesty, since Lu Chen helped Black Moon City resist the demon tide, the Great Chu Dynasty has appointed him as the Deputy City Lord of Black Moon City." Hearing this, Nangang Yuehua didn't agree. She naturally heard what Ji Kaihuyu meant. Ji Kaihuyu meant that Lu Chen was now a member of the Great Chu Dynasty and could not be taken away casually. But for her, if Lu Chen really had the ability to restrain the demonic energy, let alone Lu Chen was a member of the Great Chu Dynasty, even if Lu Chen was a member of the Tianji Pavilion, she would have to snatch Lu Chen away. Nangang Yuehua glanced at Lu Chen lying on the bed, and then asked, "I am very curious, where does your so-called exorcism sword technique come from?" Lu Chen replied, "Your Majesty, there is no so-called exorcism sword technique." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Nangang Yuehua's red pupils seemed to become more scarlet, and a murderous intent emanated from her body. An invisible pressure emanated from Nangang Yuehua's body, and the whole room became extremely dull. Ji Kaihuyu even found it difficult to breathe. But Lu Chen was not affected. He continued calmly, "I can restrain the devil's energy only because I have a special physique." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a spiritual force lifted up Lu Chen who was lying on the bed, and then a spiritual force entered Lu Chen's body and checked Lu Chen's body. After this examination, Nangang Yuehua's face became even colder. This man seemed like a dead thing. There was no vitality in his body, and even his heart did not beat, but the spiritual power in his body was extremely abundant, and there was no devil's energy in his body, and he was not a devil cultivator. Lu Chen's puppetry is a saint-level puppetry. It is not easy to see through his puppetry. If there is no special means, at least one must have the cultivation of the spiritual transformation realm to be able to see that his body is a puppet. After examining Lu Chen's body, Nangang Yuehua also confirmed that this man's physique is indeed special, but she is not sure whether Lu Chen's ability to restrain the devil's energy is due to his physique or because he has practiced the exorcism sword technique. But it doesn't matter. As long as it is confirmed that this man can restrain the devil's energy, it's fine. Then Nangang Yuehua said, "Follow me to Xia Dynasty, I can let you enjoy wealth and glory for the rest of your life, and Xia Dynasty can provide you with countless cultivation resources to help you become stronger." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Your Majesty's sister from the same mother also wanted to take me away, but she finally chose to leave after considering my important role in Black Moon City. Even your Majesty's sister knows to take the overall situation into consideration. I believe that your Majesty, as the Emperor of Xia Dynasty, should also know what to do." Nangang Yuehua's face darkened instantly, and murderous auras instantly spread from her body. Sister? Few people know that she has a sister. Although she is the eldest princess and has many sisters, she only has one sister from the same mother. That is Nangang Kinja. Nangang Kinja is naturally bloodthirsty. In order to cover up her existence, the emperor sent her out of the palace very early. Later, she gradually grew into an evil cultivator and became the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square, the largest evil cult in the Xiang world, but almost no one knows that she is a princess of the Xiao dynasty. Those who knew about this matter were basically cleared out by Nangang Yuehua's father. This man actually knew. Nangang Yuehua then raised her hand, and a force directly pulled Lu Chen's body in front of her, and the force tightly pinched his neck. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was a puppet body, no matter how she pinched, Lu Chen was fine. "Who are you?" Nangang Yuehua's tone was extremely cold, as if it was an order, and there was no room for doubt. Lu Chen said lightly, "How can your Majesty be like your sister, so violent, and make moves at every turn? If you accidentally kill me, no one can restrain the power of the demon. After the demon breaks the seal, the cultivators in this world will probably be devoured by the demon soon." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Nangang Yuehua quickly stabilized her emotions. She continued to ask, "Since you know that she is my sister, you should know that those who know this will have only one end. The Blood Rainbow House is the largest evil cultivation force in the Xiang world. If people knew that the owner of the Blood Rainbow House is the sister of the Empress of the Xiao dynasty, wouldn't it make people think that the Xiao dynasty and the Blood Rainbow House are in cahoots and are both evil forces? Moreover, she has just ascended the throne not long ago. If the old guys in the Xiao dynasty knew about this, they would definitely use this as an excuse to propose to abolish her throne." Nangang Yuehua continued, "I give you two choices, either follow me back to the Xiao dynasty, or die. Since this man knows that she has a sister, he can't stay in Black Moon City. If this news leaks out, it will bring her a lot of trouble. At this time, Lu Chen took out the ID card given to him by Nangang Qinjia, and then said, Nangang Fangzhou asked me to guard Black Moon City here to prevent the spread of the demonic tide. She told me that if someone wants to take me away, I should immediately activate the token and she will soon appear in front of me. If your Majesty insists on taking me away, then I have no choice but to activate this token. Your Majesty should not have seen your sister for many years, right? Seeing the token in Lu Chen's hand, Nangang Yuehua frowned. Lu Chen's hand was indeed the Fangzhou order of the Blood Rainbow Square. As long as Lu Chen infused a little spiritual energy, he could activate the token. Nangang Yuehua didn't want to see her sister at all. After all, she was an evil cultivator, and she was the empress of the Great Xia Dynasty. One was upright, and the other was a villain. The two sisters were destined to be enemies in this life. Nangang Yuehua thought about it at this time. Even Nangang Qinjia didn't take Lu Chen away. If she took Lu Chen away, then the Blood Rainbow Square would definitely come to her. Besides, other forces are also eyeing Lu Chen. In the future, more and more forces will compete for Lu Chen. In this case, it is better to keep Lu Chen in Black Moon City and let him guard Black Moon City to prevent the spread of the demon tide, thereby slowing down the speed of the heavenly demon breaking through the seal. As long as the Purple Sky Dynasty and the Blood Rainbow Square express their opinions at the same time and let Lu Chen guard Black Moon City, other forces will naturally not plan to take Lu Chen again. After all, if anyone wants to take Lu Chen away, he may be labeled as a demon cultivator. Because only those who want to spread the demon tide and release the heavenly demon will not want Lu Chen to guard Black Moon City. Thinking of this, Nangang Yuehua directly let go of Lu Chen, and then she took out a jade pendant and sent it directly to Lu Chen with spiritual power. If I know that you told others about my relationship with that person, I will kill you personally, no matter how important you are to the Xiang world. There is a teleportation formation in the token. If you are in danger, activate the formation and I will send someone to save you. After the words fell, Nangang Yuehua's body disappeared from the spot. She didn't want to ask Lu Chen how he knew Nangang Qinjia's identity. At this time, Nangang Yuehua thought that since Nangang Qinjia gave the master's order to Lu Chen, it proved that she valued Lu Chen very much. Maybe Nangang Qinjia had already realized that her sister was coming, so she took the initiative to tell Lu Chen about their relationship. Chapter 753 The Subworld in Musician and Number 039, S Body Matures. After seeing Nangang Yuehua's aura completely dissipate, Ji Kaihuyu, who was sweating profusely, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Nangang Yuehua would take Lu Chen away regardless of everything. Ji Kaihuyu turned her head to look at Lu Chen at this time, and she asked curiously, Your Majesty's sister you just mentioned refers to the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square. Ji Kaihuyu didn't know the name of the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square before, but when Nangang Qinjia came last time, she took the initiative to report her name. The surname of the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square is also Nangang, and Lu Chen just said that Nangang Yuehua's sister had been here. At present, only Nangang Qinjia has been here, which proves that the sister of Nangang Yuehua mentioned by Lu Chen is the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square, Nangang Qinjia. This surprised Ji Kaihuyu very much. The owner of the evil force of the Blood Rainbow Square is actually a sister of the empress of the Great Xia Dynasty. If this matter is spread out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Ji Kaihuyu and replied, Don't you think their surnames are similar? Ji Kaihuyu said speechlessly, Just based on the surname, you believe that your Majesty and she are sisters. Lu Chen walked in front of Ji Kaihuyu, put his arm around her waist, and then whispered in her ear, Of course not, it's mainly because they look too similar. When I first saw your Majesty, I thought the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square had come back again. Ji Kaihuyu thought about it and felt that Lu Chen's guess was not unreasonable. Nangang Qinja and Nangang Yuehua were indeed quite similar, but one of them was the leader of the righteous faction and the other was the leader of the evil faction. Few people would connect the two of them together. The first release of this book provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no disordered chapters. Ji Kaihuyu said, now that you have the order of the Master of the Blood Rainbow Square, plus the jade pendant of His Majesty, other forces should not dare to touch you again. Lu Chen said, it's hard to say. There are always some demon cultivators in the Xiang world. I stopped the spread of the demon tide and slowed down the speed of the demon breaking the seal. Then I am a thorn in the eyes of these demon cultivators. They will definitely find a way to get rid of me. Speaking of this, Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked Ji Kaihuyu's hair and said, if they are only targeting me, I have nothing to worry about. What I am most afraid of is that some demon cultivators know the relationship between you and me, and then do something to you. Hurt you. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Kaihuyu was very moved, and she immediately said, don't worry, if one day I really encounter danger and someone wants to use me to threaten you, I will directly self-destruct my danshan, and will never become your weakness. Lu Chen hurriedly said, Kaihuyu, don't have such an idea. If someone really uses you to threaten me, let them use it. Anyway, they don't know that I am just a puppet now. Even if they kill me, my original body will not be in any way. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Kaihuyu reacted instantly. Yes, Lu Chen is now a puppet body. Even if he self-destructs, it will not have any effect on his original body. So there is no need to worry too much about his safety. As long as his original body does not come out, those demon cultivators can't do anything to him. But then again, if Lu Chen's original body does not come out, won't I have no way to become his real Taoist partner? Thinking of this, Ji Kaihuyu's face flushed. On the one hand, she was worried about Lu Chen's safety, and on the other hand, she wanted to become Lu Chen's Taoist partner as soon as possible. This was quite contradictory in her heart. However, for Lu Chen's safety, she would rather become Lu Chen's Taoist partner later. If Lu Chen really gets into trouble, then there will be no future for the two of them. A few days later. Tianchen World. Lu Chen's original body is still rolling around on the bed with Yun Xianxian. He doesn't seem to be worried about Yun Qingshu's arrival at all. After these days of nourishment from Lu Chen, Yun Xiangxian's cultivation has reached the third level of the Wanfa realm. Now with the holy light armor, Yun Xiangxian's personal strength has caught up with the Shenhua realm. Of course, even if she has the strength of the Shenhua realm, she is unlikely to be the opponent of her master Yun Qingshu, mainly because her master can control her body. No matter how strong she is, she can't play in front of her master. These days, Lu Chen's cultivation is also improving rapidly, but it is a little slower than Yun Xianxian. On the couch, Lu Chen leaned sideways and hugged Yun Xiangxian's waist, staring at her jade-like face. Yun Xianxian said, are you really going to wait like this until my master arrives? This traitor still keeps close to her. If it were normal, she wouldn't feel anything for several months. After all, this guy is like this to his other women, and he has this ability. But now her master is about to arrive in Tianchen World, and her master can lock her position. As long as she arrives in Tianchen World, she can appear in front of them in an instant. As a result, this traitor still doesn't let her go and continues to do this to her. She doubts whether this traitor deliberately wants her master to see them being close together. Lu Chen said, I'm doing this to improve my strength. After all, my master is so powerful, and my current strength is not enough to fight against my master. Yun Xianxian glanced at Lu Chen. She didn't think this guy was practicing martial arts to improve his strength. If he was practicing martial arts, she could also feel that this guy was purely for pleasure these days. Yun Xianxian thought to herself, forget it, judging from the look of this traitor, he should have already made all the preparations, so there is no need for me to worry too much. Just when Yun Xianxian was thinking this, Lu Chen's body suddenly burst out with waves of spiritual power, which spread out instantly, and all the cultivators in the entire Black Dragon City felt it. This. After Yun Xianxian, who was hugging Lu Chen's waist, felt the spiritual power surging out of Lu Chen's body, she was also stunned for a moment. This traitor is really practicing? He broke through so quickly again? She clearly didn't sense the flow of spiritual power in his body in the past few days. How could he suddenly break through without making any noise? When Yun Xianxian was distracted, Lu Chen was also slightly distracted. He looked at the system prompt in front of him with a surprised face. Congratulations to the host's wife Mu Zixuan for giving birth to a sub-world, and reward the holy level skill King Mu Chong Sheng Gong. Faithful creatures appear in Mu Zixuan's world, and the host obtains the power of the origin of the universe. This. After Lu Chen came to his senses, he immediately let his consciousness enter the sub-world bred by Mu Zixuan. In the sub-world bred by Mu Zixuan, some fishmen with tails appeared. Those fishmen carved many stone statues of Mu Zixuan and him with stones, and kowtowed to the stone statues. Lu Chen was a little surprised. Chu Yukin's sub-world was bred first, but there were no creatures with human intelligence so far, and Mu Zixuan's sub-world actually had intelligent life. This sub-world has just matured. Lu Chen glanced at the fishman who knelt down to his stone statues, and his emotions were a little complicated. The creatures bred in Mu Zixuan's sub-world were his children. These fishmen were also his children, and the time flow in the sub-world was faster than that in the outside world. He was afraid that he would often experience the old sending off the young in the future. Chapter 754. It seems that the master is almost here. Lu Chen silently watched every move of those fishmen. After a while, he came back to his senses and left Mu Zixuan's sub-world. After his consciousness returned, Lu Chen found that Yun Xianxian's eyes had been staring at him. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Master, why are you looking at me like this?" Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, "I'm very curious, how did you break through? You were only at the 5th level of Yin-Yang realm some time ago, but just now your cultivation level was raised to above the 5th level of 10,000 Dharma realm in an instant, and you seem to have a special pressure on you. I am in front of you, it's like seeing countless worlds." Lu Chen smiled faintly and did not answer. The reason why his strength improved so quickly was mainly because of the power of the origin of the universe. After obtaining the power of the origin of the universe, Lu Chen felt that he had a close connection with the entire universe. He could even now observe the entire Tianchen world from a third-person perspective. Now he has only obtained a trace of the original power. If he can obtain more of the original power of the universe, he dare not think about what will happen. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't answer, Yun Xianxian continued, "You should be like me, your own strength has been sealed, and you just broke the seal, so your strength has been restored. Due to caching reasons, please visit the Bookbar SX website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter updates." Lu Chen thought this explanation was good, so he said, "Master guessed it right, my strength is indeed sealed." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Xianxian had a strange feeling in her heart. Was this guy even more powerful than her before? It seemed a little inappropriate that she, a person who was weaker than Lu Chen, became Lu Chen's master. But having said that, from the day she asked Lu Chen to become her master, this traitor never regarded her as his master. This guy was always thinking about her body from the beginning to the end. The so-called master-disciple relationship is just a kind of role-playing by this guy to enhance his certain interests. She has been with him for so long, and she already knows what kind of person he is. What this traitor likes most is role-playing. Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian felt relieved. Her master was just a name, and there was no need to take it too seriously. At this time, Lu Chen continued to hold Yun Xianxian's waist, making him and Yun Xiangxian's bodies closer to each other, and their bodies became more intimate. However, after he finished all this, he did not move, and remained in such a quiet state. He was the same before. Although he often stayed in bed with his wife and concubines for 10 days and half a month without getting out of bed, in fact it doesn't always take action. Occasionally, it feels good to cuddle in silence like this, as long as you don't pull away. While holding Yun Xianxian, Lu Chen checked the reward just given by the system. Aoki Immortality Kung Fu, Holy Level Technique, an upgraded technique for the rejuvenation hand. After practicing this technique, the host can gain more lifespan, and the host will have the power to repair the soul, and the healing ability will also be greatly improved. Seeing the effect of this technique, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. After practicing the rejuvenation hand to the great perfection, he will have the ability to bring back the dead. However, the resurrection of the rejuvenation hand is conditional, that is, a complete body, and the time of death cannot be too long. The Greenwood Immortality Technique is a holy level technique. If one practices the Greenwood Immortality Technique to perfection, will it be possible to restore a person's body as long as the person's soul is preserved? Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, the system beep sounded. Aoki Chong Sheng Gong does have such an ability, but if you want to restore a person's physical body through the soul, you need to prepare some special materials. Hearing the system prompt, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. It's okay. I'm just preparing special materials. As long as you have this ability, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to Yun Xianxian, Xiener, I have a special technique here. Do you want to learn it? Hearing Lu Chen's name, Yun Xianxian curled her lips, but did not correct her. She asked curiously, what technique? Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly taught the technique to Yun Xiangxian. As a golden light entered Yun Xiangxian's brain, Yun Xiangxian's whole delicate body trembled. Aoki Longevity Skill? After sensing the effect of Aoki's longevity technique, Yun Xianxian was stunned. A holy level technique that could resurrect people? Real or fake? Where did this traitor come from? Etc. With the identity of this traitor, it doesn't seem strange to be able to use the holy skills. Yun Xianxian then said to Lu Chen, you are handing this technique to me at this time, isn't it because you are worried that you will not be my master's opponent? Lu Chen only taught her the rejuvenation technique before, and did not give him the King Mu longevity technique. It was obvious that Lu Chen had reserved it. However, at this time, Lu Chen was willing to use the holy level technique. This gave people a sense of Chen is already preparing for the worst. After all, after practicing the King Mu longevity skill to perfection, you only need to retain the soul to bring people back to life. Even if something happens to Lu Chen, as long as you retain Lu Chen's soul, you will be able to resurrect him one day in the future. Lu Chen said with a smile, you are really good at making connections. I just recovered some memories and remembered the complete technique of the rejuvenation hand, so I taught it to you. When Master comes to Tianchen world, someone will naturally deal with her. Maybe I don't need to take action at all. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian remembered that as Lu Chen grew up, there were always some forces and strong people around him for no apparent reason. This guy has such a special identity, he must be protected by a strong person behind him. Thinking of this, Yun Xianxian no longer worried about Lu Chen's safety. Instead, she was a little worried about her master's situation. If her master failed, she would probably be defeated by Lu Chen. When Yun Xianxian thought of the scene of herself, Chen Wanrong and her master serving Lu Chen together, she felt very awkward. Just when Yun Xianxian was distracted, Lu Chen suddenly said, it seems that the master is almost here. After Lu Chen possessed the power of the origin, his perception was already very strong. Before Yun Qingshu arrived at the Tianchen world, he had already sensed that there were two immortal boats in the universe that were approaching the Tianchen world quickly. Considering that the Tianchen world was relatively fragile and was just a low-level world that could not withstand the tossing of the strong people in the God transformation realm, Lu Chen decided to take the initiative to leave the Tianchen world and take the Fiheng immortal boat to wait for Yun Qingshu's arrival in the universe. Yun Xianxian also sensed a familiar feeling approaching the Tianchen world quickly, and for a moment, Yun Xianxian became nervous. Even though she knew that Lu Chen had a strong man to protect him, Yun Qingshu's approach still made her feel pressured, and she didn't know how to face Yun Qingshu, her master who was both her teacher and mother. Yun Xianxian twisted her body slightly, pushed Lu Chen's chest, and tried to separate from him. However, Lu Chen still held her waist tightly, with no intention of pulling away. Yun Xianxian then glared at Lu Chen. Did this traitor really want her master to see them like this? Lu Chen smiled faintly and used the teleportation technique directly. The next moment, the two of them appeared in the Fiheng Xianzhou's bedroom above the Black Dragon City. Then Lu Chen said to the Fiheng Xianzhou's spirit, "Hong Hong, leave the Tianchen world." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the Fiheng Xianzhou flew towards the edge of the Tianchen world. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 755, Bastard. In just a blink of an eye, Fiheng immortal boat left Tianchen world and came outside the boundary wall of Tianchen world. Lu Chen was looking at the universe through the window of his palace. Although he had previously had the ability to detect the entire Tianchen world, observing the entire Tianchen world through his eyes still made him feel extremely shocked. The entire Tianchen world is wrapped in a semicircular sphere with a round sky and a flat place. Unlike the planet, the outside of the Tianchen world is a thick boundary wall. Without tools like the immortal boat, it would be difficult for monks below the 10,000 Dharma realm to pass through. The boundary wall leaves Tianchen world. At this time, Lu Chen saw that there was a huge semicircular world in the lower right corner of Tianchen world. That world was more than 3 times larger than Tianchen world, and it was already in contact with Tianchen world. Obviously, the world in contact with Tianchen world is Xiang world. And around Tianchen world, there are still many large and small worlds, but those worlds have basically been broken, leaving only some small places. The star field where Tianchen world is located is like a world cemetery, with countless broken worlds floating in the void. Just as Lu Chen was looking at the universe, Yun Xianxian reminded him, "You should let go of me now." Yun Xianxian also discovered that Lu Chen's attention was no longer on her, but on the broken world. "We have already arrived in the universe, so Lu Chen can't continue to mess around." Hearing Yun Xianxian's voice, Lu Chen came back to his senses from the shocking cosmic scenery. He looked at Yun Xianxian's beautiful purple eyes and said with a wicked smile, "Master will be here soon. I want Master to take a good look at how deep our relationship is." Yun Xianxian frowned and was about to say something, but the traitor turned her over and pressed her on the soft couch. Yun Qingshu's immortal boat quickly arrived at the edge of Tianchen world. Yun Qingshu judged at a glance that the world in front of him was Tianchen world without even confirming it through the star map coordinates. When Yun Qingshu discovered the luxurious ferry boat parked outside Tianchen world, he instantly had a bad feeling. The ferry boat shows the identity of the monk. The more luxurious and huge the ferry boat is, the more extraordinary the identity of the owner of the ferry boat is. The ferry boat in front of you can no longer be regarded as a ferry boat, but more like a palace in the sky. If you can have such a luxurious ferry boat, then the owner of this ferry boat is most likely to be some super powerful young master, or even a certain dynasty. The prince. Yun Qingshu did not act rashly. This ferry boat was parked outside Tianchen world. It was obvious that the owner of the ferry boat had anticipated their arrival, so he specially waited for their arrival outside Tianchen world. At this time, Yin Zhenjai also controlled the immortal boat and flew to the side of the Xuanyu Palace immortal boat. Seeing that he finally caught up, Yin Zhenjai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he came faster, otherwise he would have been in trouble. At this time, Yin Zhenjai also took a look at the Fiheng ferry boat in front of him. He recognized at a glance that this ferry boat belonged to Lu Chen. Just when Yin Zhenjai was thinking about going over to salute, a cold voice spoke directly in the universe. Spread in space. Get out of the way, I want to enter the Tianchen world. Yun Qingshu's tone was extremely domineering, and he did not take the owner of the Fiheng immortal boat into consideration at all. However, after Yun Qingshu's voice fell, she did not wait for the people on the opposite ferry boat to respond, and the strange feeling on her body became more and more clear. Yun Qingshu seemed to realize something at this time, and immediately released her consciousness. Soon her consciousness appeared on Yun Xiangxian's body again. As soon as her consciousness entered Yun Xiangxian's body, she found Yun Xianxian lying on the soft couch, being tortured wantonly by the man behind her in a very humiliating manner. Yun Qingshu suddenly became furious. As her consciousness entered Yun Xiangxian's body, she also determined that Yun Xiangxian's specific location was on the luxurious immortal boat opposite her. Obviously, this man deliberately parked the immortal boat outside Tianchen world, waiting for her arrival. This man didn't stop after she arrived and continued to do that kind of thing to Yun Xianxian, which was obviously provoking her. Yun Qingshu immediately withdrew his consciousness and yelled, "Damn it!" A majestic spiritual power rushed directly towards the Fiheng immortal boat. However, when the spiritual power containing destructive power was about to hit the Fiheng immortal boat, barriers appeared around the Fiheng immortal boat. The spiritual power released by Qingshu directly hit the barrier, and nothing happened to Fiheng Xianzhou. Yun Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. She dared to do that kind of thing to her clone in front of her. She wanted to cut the man on the ferry boat into pieces. Yun Qingshu immediately jumped off the immortal boat and directly entered the universe physically. Then Yun Qingshu flew towards the Fiheng immortal boat. When he was about to approach the Fiheng immortal boat, the jade flute in Yun Qingshu's hand turned into an ice sword that exuded cold air. Then, Yun Qingshu swung his sword out. A surging sword energy flew towards the Fiheng immortal boat in an instant, and the fluctuations caused by the sword energy directly crushed the suspended gravel in the universe into powder. If this sword energy comes into contact with the Fiheng immortal boat, the consequences can be imagined. However, at this critical moment, a black shadow suddenly appears in front of the Fiheng immortal boat. Fire Dragon Sword. The next moment, a sword energy burning with raging fire flew out from Yin Zhenjai's sword. The two sword energy collided, and the aftermath directly pushed their immortal boat away for thousands of miles. The surrounding gravel also turned into powder, and the entire universe where they were was shrouded in dust. Yun Qingshu waved his hand, and the dust was instantly pushed away by a force. After seeing that it was Yin Zhenjai who did it, Yun Qingshu asked coldly, "Yin Zhenjai, what do you mean by this?" Yun Qingshu had already prepared to fight with the Black Dragon Holy Land on the way to Tianchen world, but she never thought that Yin Zhenjai would take action at this time. She thought that there was something in Tianchen world that Yin Zhenjai cared about, and only after entering Tianchen world would Yin Zhenjai turn against her, but Yin Zhenjai turned against her now. Yin Zhenjai did not hide it. He said with a smile, "The immortal boat behind me is my master. If Palace Master Yun attacks my master, he will be an enemy of me and the entire Black Dragon Holy Land." When these words came out, Yun Qingshu and the people of Suanya Palace were stunned. They guessed from the beginning that there was something that Yin Zhenjai cared about in Tianchen world, but they never expected that the person Yin Zhenjai cared about was actually a person, and the real master of the Black Dragon Holy Land. The person who could be called master by Yin Zhenjai, a cultivator in the transformation realm, his identity can be imagined. At this moment, Yun Qingshu's face became even colder. She thought she could easily deal with the man who broke Yun Xiangxian's body, but she never thought that the man was actually the master of the Black Dragon Holy Land. Chapter 756 What did you do to my disciples? Although Yun Qingshu sensed that the man lying behind Yun Xianxian was only at the 10,000 Dharma realm, Yun Qingshu also knew that the owner of the Black Dragon Holy Land could not be an ordinary monk. 69 Book Bar 69. For a time, the people of Black Dragon Holy Land and Swanya Palace were at war with each other, and the two sides fell into a confrontation. Sensing through the causal connection that Lu Chen continued to do that kind of thing to Yun Xianxian, the expression on Yun Qingshu's face became colder and colder, and the coldness on his body spread for dozens of miles. Yun Qingshu looked at Yin Zhenjai and said coldly, "Your master broke the body of my direct disciple. Today I will cut him into thousands of pieces. Yin Zhenjai, you must stop me." Yin Zhenjai said with a smile, "Despite what I know, Lu Yanghua has always wanted the fairy body of Yungxiangxian. For this reason, he has repeatedly put pressure on Swanya Palace and threatened Swanya Palace to hand over Yungxiangxian. Now Yungxiangxian having become the Taoist companion of our Lord, and the body of the fairy spirit has been destroyed, Palace Master Yun can completely push all this to the Black Dragon Holy Land. From now on, Swanya Palace will no longer have to worry about Lu Yanghua's coercion. Isn't this a matter of fact? A good thing?" Yun Qingshu did not answer. The coldness in her body became stronger and stronger. She was not worried about Lu Yanghua's coercion from beginning to end. She cared more about her clone's innocence than Lu Yanghua's coercion. Yun Xianxian was a special avatar that he had finally condensed, but in the end, his body was taken over by another man. How could Yun Qingshu endure it? She also understood that it was impossible for Yin Zhenjai to let her pass. If this was the case, then kill Yin Zhenjai. She will kill anyone who stops her. The next moment, a huge vision appeared behind Yun Qingshu. The vision exuded terrifying pressure, like a god. Even Yin Zhenjai, who was also in the divine transformation realm, felt tremendous pressure. Seeing that Yun Qingshu was serious, Yin Zhenjai shouted loudly without any hesitation. "Black Dragon Dharma appearance!" The next moment, a huge vision also appeared behind Yin Zhenjai. A black dragon rose slowly, and its huge dragon eyes as big as a palace stared at the ice girl vision behind Yun Qingshu. A moment later, the two of them took action at the same time. The ice girl behind Yun Qingshu waved her jade hand, and countless ice spikes emitting white flames flew towards Yin Zhenjai. The black dragon behind Yin Zhenjai opened his huge mouth and spit out a stream of black flames directly towards the spikes emitting white flames. When the power of the two Dharma images collided at the same time, streams of spiritual power exploded in their bodies, and the space around them was emptied again. The fighting outside was fierce, and the fighting inside Fiheng Immortal Boat was also fierce. Lu Chen severely wounded Yun Xianxian again and again. At this moment, Yun Xianxian kept cursing Lu Chen, a rebellious disciple, in her heart. Her master had already arrived, but this guy was still torturing her. This was equivalent to doing that kind of thing to her in front of her master. Sensing the movement outside, Yun Xianxian wanted to get rid of Lu Chen, but Lu Chen tightly controlled her body, and she could only let Lu Chen attack her. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen clearly felt that Yin Zhenjai was at a disadvantage. Although they are both in the realm of transformation into gods, the realms of transformation into gods are also divided into levels. Yin Zhenjai's strength is obviously not as good as Yun Qingshu's. Lu Chen let out a long breath at this time. "Hey, it feels so good." After the words fell, Lu Chen let go of Yun Xianxian, then waved his hand, put on his clothes, and walked directly outside the palace. Seeing that Lu Chen let her go, Yun Xianxian also stood up quickly. After putting on her clothes, she stumbled out. Lu Chen said to Yin Zhenjai at this time, "Holy Lord Yin, come here." After hearing Lu Chen's message, Yin Zhenjai immediately asked the Black Dragon technique to release more power. When Yun Qingshu responded, he dodged and came to the Fiheng Immortal Boat. When Yin Zhenjai saw Lu Chen, Yin Zhenjai knelt down without hesitation and said, "Greetings to the Lord." Lu Chen didn't hesitate, and immediately took out a piece of Shengui armor from the system backpack and threw it to Yin Zhenjai, "Put it on." Yin Zhenjai was stunned for a moment when he saw the Holy Glory armor in Lu Chen's hand. Then he took the Holy Glory armor from Lu Chen's hand without hesitation, then waved his hand, and the next moment the Holy Glory armor covered him whole body. At this time, Yun Qingshu's body flew directly towards the Fiheng immortal boat. When the distance between Yun Qingshu and the Fiheng immortal boat was less than 100 meters, Yun Qingshu stopped. She was not in a hurry to take action at this time. She looked at Lu Chen and Yun Xianxian indifferently, and she still exuded a strong murderous intention. At this time, Yun Xianxian said quickly, "Master, this disciple has voluntarily become Lu Chen's Taoist companion. Master, please don't anger Lu Chen. This disciple is willing to accept the punishment." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu raised his brows, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger, and the cold air on his body became even stronger. The universe around Yun Qingshu seemed to be frozen. Yun Qingshu originally thought that Yungxiangxian was forced to become this man's slave and was imprisoned by him using some means, so he could not sense that she was in the Tianchen world. However, Yungxiangxian actually said that she was voluntary. Yungxian is not only her daughter, but also her avatar. How well does she know Yungxian? How could Yungxian be passionate about a man and take the initiative to devote herself to him? Even after he arrived in Tianchen world, the two of them were still doing that kind of persuasive thing. This obviously couldn't be voluntary. Yun Qingshu's cold eyes instantly looked at Lu Chen. "What did you do to my disciples? Speak out, and I will keep your body intact." Lu Chen didn't answer immediately. She looked at Yun Qingshu. The appearance of Yun Qingshu and Yun Xianxian are very similar. They are both cold and beautiful, but the coldness on their bodies is heavier and colder. To be precise, they are lonely and cold. Lu Chen then used the system to identify Yun Qingshu's identity. Name: Yun Qingshu. Identity: Master of Suanya Palace, the main body of Yungxiangxian, the mother of Yungxiangxian, a survivor of the last era, and a monk in the realm of gods. After learning that the host had defiled her clone, she wanted to smash the host into pieces immediately. Thousands of corpses. Rating: 100. Favorability: 0. Lu Chen was slightly startled when he saw Yun Qingshu's introduction. Why is Yun Qingshu the main body of Yun Xianxian or her mother? This. If Yun Qingshu is Yun Xiangxian's main body, shouldn't Yun Xiangxian be Yun Qingshu's secondary body? It's equivalent to one person. How can one person play mother and daughter at the same time? Just when Lu Chen was confused, the system prompt sounded. Yun Qingshu used special means when creating Yungxiangxian's secondary body. Yungxiangxian has great autonomy in the body and has complete independence. Personality, so Yun Xianxian can be regarded as both Yun Qingshu's reincarnation and her daughter. Lu Chen thought in his mind, so it turned out to be like this. Then she looked at Yun Qingshu with a smile and said, "My son-in-law has met my mother-in-law." As soon as Lu Chen said these words, Yun Qingshu could not hold back the coldness in his body and rushed directly towards Lu Chen. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhenjai quickly stood in front of Lu Chen. Chapter 757 Who are you? After putting on the Shengui armor, Yin Zhenjai's strength greatly improved, and he easily blocked the cold energy released by Yun Qingshu. Of course, the cold energy Yun Qingshu released just now was subconsciously released by his body, and was not particularly powerful. Yun Qingshu looked at Lu Chen indifferently. She felt very puzzled. This man actually addressed her as son-in-law in front of her, and even called her mother-in-law? Almost no one knew about her relationship with Unsensen, and even Unsensen herself didn't know what the relationship was between them. And this man actually seemed to know her relationship with Yun Xianxian. For a while, Yun Qingshu became very curious about Lu Chen's identity. Yun Qingshu immediately said, "I am Xian'er's master, not Xian'er's mother, let alone your mother-in-law." At this time, Yun Xianxian was also curious as to why Lu Chen called Yun Qingshu mother-in-law so abruptly and also claimed to be his son-in-law. 6-9. Lu Chen said respectfully, "Mother-in-law, you are joking. Although Xiener is just your clone, after all, you gave her life and gave her a complete personality. Naturally, you are Xiener's mother, and I am Xiener. My husband, I should call you my mother-in-law." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, the cold air on Yun Qingshu's body spread again, and the barrier of the Fiheng immortal boat was covered with a layer of frost, and some cracks appeared. Yun Qingshu never expected that his relationship with Yun Xianxian would be directly seen through. The person who couldn't believe it the most at this moment was Yun Xianxian. For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Yun Xianxian turned to look at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, what are you talking about? Why can't I listen? Understand?" Yun Qingshu also felt Yun Xianxian's emotional fluctuations at this time. She looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked coldly, "Who are you and why do you know this?" Seeing that Yun Qingshu did not deny it, but instead asked who Lu Chen was, Yun Xianxian's mind went blank. So, what Lu Chen said was true. Is she really the clone of her master? How could this happen? Now she finally understood why her master could always control her body. She was her master's clone, and her master could naturally control her body to do anything. It's no wonder that Lu Chen comforted her before by saying that her master locked her up, but maybe it was to protect her. She is her master's clone, and of course her master will not let her be Lu Yanghua's cauldron. No wonder Lu Chen, a rebellious disciple, was so excited and became so fierce after knowing that her master was coming. It turned out that he knew all this from the beginning. Could it be that in Lu Chen's eyes, she was just a substitute for the main body? Yun Xianxian, who knew the truth, was hit hard, his whole body was weak, and he was about to sit down. Lu Chen quickly came behind Yun Xianxian and hugged Yun Xianxian's body without letting her sit down. Seeing this scene, Yun Qingshu frowned. This man actually dared to hug his clone in front of her. After hugging Yun Xianxian's body, Lu Chen looked at Yun Qingshu and replied, "Like Lu Yanghua, I am the son of Emperor Shenyu of the Xia Dynasty." If possible, Lu Chen didn't want to use force against Yun Qingshu. It was best not to do anything if he could, so he simply revealed his other identity. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Qingshu was slightly startled. Of course she had heard of Emperor Shenyu and knew the horror of Emperor Shenyu. Back then, Emperor Shenyu fought everywhere and destroyed countless advanced cultivation worlds before he was created. Xia Dynasty. At first, Yun Qingshu thought that Lu Yanghua's growth rate was so fast that it was likely that some powerful force went to their world to gain experience. However, he did not expect that Lu Yanghua's true identity was actually the emperor's son. What made her even more unexpected was that the man occupying her clone was actually an emperor's son. However, even if he is the emperor's son, he cannot just let it go if his innocence is broken. Thinking of this, Yun Qingshu said expressionlessly, "Do you think that since you revealed your identity, I won't dare to kill you?" Lu Chen did not answer immediately, but directly released his power. The next moment, a faint golden armor appeared on Lu Chen's body. A power beyond the realm of 10,000 laws was released from Lu Chen. After feeling the power on Lu Chen's body, Yun Qingshu frowned slightly. Lu Chen continued at this time, "Although I am not as powerful as you, my mother-in-law, there is still no problem, and Holy Lord Yin is now stronger than my mother-in-law. It may not be that easy for my mother-in-law to kill me." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Yin Zhenjai immediately released a stream of spiritual power, and a terrifying pressure was released from Yin Zhenjai's body. This pressure had obviously exceeded the realm of transformation into gods and reached the level of returning to ruins. Degree. Yun Qingshu immediately understood what was going on. The reason why their strength was able to increase so much was because of the golden armor they were wearing. Although the other party relies on external force, she currently only has the strength of the God Transformation realm. It is indeed not that easy to kill a person with the strength of the God Transformation realm in front of a strong man with the strength of the Return to Ruins realm. Is it possible to just forget it? Her clone was being tortured by this man in front of her, could she just let it go? For a moment, the cold air on Yun Qingshu's body began to surge. Yun Qingshu looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked coldly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you?" With her strength in the God Transformation realm, she naturally couldn't kill this man, but if she removed her own seal and restored her true strength, it would only take a blink of an eye for Lu Chen to kill her. Of course, if she touched her own seal, she would inevitably attract the attack of the origin of the universe. After all, she was a survivor of the last era and could not expose things from the last era. If her life was not threatened, she would not be able to remove her own seal. Although Yun Xiangxian's incident made her feel extremely angry, it was not worth it for her to expose her true identity just to kill one person. Seeing Yun Qingshu staring at him with murderous intent, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I know that my mother-in-law has the strength to kill me. After all, she is a survivor of the last era, and there will always be some special means." As soon as these words came out, Yun Qingshu was stunned. This man knew her relationship with Yun Xianxian, and he even knew that she was a survivor of the last era. He could never be the son of the Shenwu Emperor. She always thought that she was the only survivor of the last era, so no one would ever know her identity. Yun Qingshu asked coldly, "Who are you?" She felt as if she had no secrets in front of this man. If such a person continues to live, then someone may use him to deal with her in the future. Even she knows that she is a survivor of the last era, so he may also know her weaknesses. If such a person continues to live, the threat to her will be too great. Chapter 758 You will regret what you said today one day. Chapter 758 You will regret what you said today one day. Seeing Yun Qingshu looking at him warily, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I am dissatisfied with my mother-in-law. In fact, my son-in-law and my mother-in-law are the same, and they are not considered people in this universe. Due to caching reasons, please visit the 69bookbar69 website directly with your browser to watch the fastest chapter updates." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu was stunned again. However, she didn't immediately believe Lu Chen's words. She looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. At this time, Yun Qingshu thought in his mind that if this person was a survivor of the previous era like himself, then he might actually know his identity. So, she was not the only one who survived the last era, but there were other survivors? Yun Xianxian, who was in Lu Chen's arms at this time, was completely confused. She couldn't understand what Lu Chen and Yun Qingshu were saying at all, but she understood one thing, that is, Lu Chen's origins were deeper than she knew. Mystery. Lu Chen is not only the son of Emperor Shenwu, he also has a more noble identity. At this time, Yun Qingshu fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. Lu Chen also did not continue to speak. In fact, he did not know what the last era was or what happened in the last era. What he said was also he just wanted to get closer to Yun Qingshu. After all, there were definitely not many survivors from the previous era. If he pretended to be like her, he might win her favor. Lu Chen glanced at Yun Qingshu's favorability score and found that Yun Qingshu's favorability score for him had indeed improved, with the favorability score rising to 30. After the two fell silent, time in the entire universe seemed to have stopped. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Qingshu said, "Even if you are from the ancient era like me, and you have defiled my clone, I will still kill you, so what else can you say?" Lu Chen said, "There is no such thing as defilement. Xiener and I are in love with each other, how can it be regarded as defilement?" Hearing this, the cold air on Yun Qingshu's body broke out again, and Yin Zhenjai immediately took action to once again block the cold air coming straight towards Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Yun Xiangxian's delicate body and put his head against her jade cheek. He looked at Yun Qingshu in the distance with an intimate look and continued, "When my mother-in-law created Xiener, if you give her an independent personality, you should not regard her as your clone, but rather as your daughter. Since she has an independent personality, you should respect her ideas. It is her freedom to be with whomever she wants." Hearing Lu Chen's remarks, Yun Qingshu felt very angry. "That's ridiculous. I gave her an independent personality, not to make a furnace for you." Lu Chen said, "I didn't let Xiener be my furnace cauldron. Since my mother-in-law can control Xiener's body, she should also be able to read her past memories. I have never thought of letting her be my furnace cauldron. It's true love with her." At this point, Lu Chen said into Yun Xiangxian's ear, "Right, Xiener." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Yun Xianxian, whose brain had been in a blank state, gradually came back to her senses. Although she felt a little uncomfortable and thought that Lu Chen only regarded her as Yun Qingshu's replacement, she still decided to side with Lu Chen. She looked at Yun Qingshu with a complicated expression, looking at the subject who gave her life an independent personality. The disciple thanks the master for giving the disciple life and giving the disciple an independent personality, but the disciple has fallen in love with Lu Chen and will never take the initiative to go back with the master. If the master feels that the existence of the disciple's clone has tarnished the master's identity, the master can directly destroy the disciple's clone. Hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Yun Qingshu frowned slightly. She was really curious as to what kind of ecstasy drug Lu Chen had given Yun Xianxian to make her like him so much. Logically speaking, this clone of hers should not have feelings for men and women. When she originally created this clone, she was afraid that her clone would be contaminated by other men, so she did not endow her with the feelings of a man and a woman. At this time, Yun Qingshu's eyes suddenly emitted purple light. Yin Zhenjai thought that Yun Qingshu was about to attack, and was about to resist, but Yun Qingshu was still where he was and did not take the initiative to attack. However, the next moment, Yun Xiangxian's pupils also emitted purple light, and Lu Chen instantly realized that Yun Xianxian in his arms was being taken over by Yun Qingshu again. After Yun Qingshu took control of Yun Xiangxian's body, she immediately read all the memories of Yun Xiangxian after she left Suanya Palace. When she discovered that Yun Xiangxian was forcibly taken away by Lu Chen, she was instantly furious. Especially when she knew that Lu Chen still had countless harems, Yun Qingshu's face became even more ugly, and the cold air on his body spread again, and the entire Fiheng immortal boat was enveloped by the cold air emanating from Yun Qingshu's body. However, as she continued to read Yun Xiangxian's memories, she discovered that Yun Xianxian was indeed not lying, and that she had indeed fallen in love with her traitor. Although Lu Chen was a bit lecherous, he was really kind to her. Not only did he give her a powerful spiritual weapon like the Holy Glory armor, but he even taught Yun the holy level skill of King Mu longevity Kung Fu. Immortal. She didn't even teach the saint level skills to her clone, yet Lu Chen was so generous. After reading all the memories, Yun Qingshu withdrew his consciousness and said coldly, "You love him, but he may not love you. If he loved you, he would not have so many wives and concubines. You should know in your heart that he only likes you for your body. When he gets tired of playing with you, you will be of no use to him." After Yun Qingshu finished speaking, before Yun Xianxian could speak, Lu Chen immediately said, "I admit that I do like Xiener's body, but that doesn't mean that I don't love her. If I like her as a person, I have to like her. If I don't like everything about her, even her body, then how can I really love her?" Yun Qingshu said coldly, "Funny words." At this time, Yun Xianxian actually thought that Lu Chen might not really like her, but regarded herself as Yun Qingshu's replacement, but she would not leave Lu Chen for this reason unless Lu Chen took the initiative to abandon her. Yun Xianxian immediately said, "No matter what the master says, the disciple will never leave Lu Chen. If the master feels that the disciple's clone has disgraced you, you can destroy the disciple's clone." Yun Qingshu's consciousness can enter her body at any time, which means that she can destroy her clone at any time. For Yun Qingshu, destroying her clone is just a matter of a thought. After hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Lu Chen became nervous for a moment. Yun Qingshu wouldn't really take the initiative to destroy Yun Xiangxian's clone, right? Lu Chen thought for a while. Since Yun Qingshu gave Yun Xianxian an independent and complete personality, he naturally did not treat her as a real clone. Maybe Yun Qingshu would not do this. However, precautions should be taken. Just when Lu Chen was thinking about how to stop Yun Qingshu from taking action against Yun Xiangxian's clone, Yun Qingshu said, "You will regret what you said today one day." At this time, Yun Qingshu's eyes fell on Lu Chen, the clone that occupies me and treats her as a plaything. Even if I can't kill you today, I will definitely settle a score with you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Qingshu turned around and left, finally flying to the ferry boat in Swanyu Palace. Chapter 759 I don't have a disciple like you. Seeing that Yun Qingshu left directly, Lu Chen and Yun Xianxian were confused, so they just left like that? However, although Yun Qingshu returned to the ferry boat in Swanyu Palace, he did not let the ferry boat turn around and leave. The ferry boat in Swanyu Palace was still suspended in the universe. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed that Yun Qingshu didn't intend to leave just like that. She should have something else. At this time, Yin Zhenjai knelt down and said, "Old slave, pay homage to the Lord." Lu Chen said calmly, "Holy Lord Yin, get up. Don't call me Lord again in the future." Lu Chen is not used to this title. Even if he wants to be called master, he prefers his wives and concubines to call him master in bed, rather than an old man calling him master. Yin Zhenjai reacted instantly and immediately changed his words, "Yes, Your Majesty." After Lu Chen glanced at Yun Qingshu's immortal boat in the distance, he immediately asked, "How many immortal boats did Swanyu Palace send in total?" At present, only the 2 immortal boats controlled by Yun Qingshu and Yin Zhenjai have arrived in Tianchen world. In order to hurry, the 2 of them speed up, while the other immortal boats are still behind. Yin Zhenjai replied, "Your Majesty, there are 13 ships in total, but 1 ferry ship left Swanyu Palace on the way." Hearing this, Lu Chen looked thoughtfully at the ferry boat controlled by Yun Qingshu. He thought to himself, could Yun Qingshu plan to have all the other ferry boats in Swanyu Palace arrive before attacking Tianchen world? But now she can't do anything to him in the realm of God transformation. Even if other people from Swanyu Palace arrive, what can they do to Tianchen world? Forget it, it's better not to think about it. After all the immortal boats from Swanyu Palace arrive, you will naturally know what Yun Qingshu is planning. Thinking of this, Lu Chen then said to Yin Zhenjai, "Holy Lord Yin, you stay here and wait for the arrival of the immortal boat from Swanyu Palace and Black Dragon Holy Land. If there is any movement in Swanyu Palace, immediately send someone into Tianchen world to tell me." Yin Zhenjai said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen directly controlled the Fiheng immortal boat to leave the universe and return to the Black Dragon City Palace again. Since Yun Qingshu didn't take action, there was no need for him to trouble Yun Qingshu. He wanted to see how Yun Qingshu planned to deal with her relationship with Yun Xianxian. As soon as he returned to the Black Dragon City Palace, Yun Xiangxian's body suddenly erupted with waves of cold air, and the entire palace was instantly frozen, and Yun Xianxian suddenly distanced himself from Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Yun Xianxian took out a sword and pointed it at Lu Chen, looking at Lu Chen with an indifferent expression. Lu Chen said in confusion, "Master, what are you doing?" Yun Xianxian said coldly, "Don't call me master, I don't have a disciple like you." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Master, won't you be bent over by master again?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian suddenly felt an incomparable sting in her heart. She said coldly, "You took over my body in the first place just to use me as a substitute for that person. When Yongxiangxian said this, Lu Chen instantly understood why Yongxiangxian suddenly fell out with him. It turned out that Yongxiangxian had misunderstood. Although she is indeed Yun Qingshu's clone, Yun Xianxian has an independent personality after all. A clone with an independent personality naturally cannot accept being used as a substitute for others, even if it is a substitute for the main body. Lu Chen then said, "Xiener, I have never had such an idea. To me, you are you, and the master is the master." Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, "Do you think I will still believe your lies now?" If Yun Qingshu was not her main body, and Lu Chen would get excited when he mentioned Yun Qingshu when he was intimate with her, then she would only think that Lu Chen was just lustful. But now that she thought about it, Lu Chen clearly regarded her as a substitute for her master, which made her feel extremely painful. Maybe this traitor had never been attracted to her. He just treated her as an object to play with because he couldn't get her body. Seeing Yun Xiangxian's indifferent look, Lu Chen sighed slightly. It seemed that he had to let her calm down first. Then Lu Chen transformed and appeared directly behind Yongxian. Yongxian reacted instantly and was about to avoid Lu Chen, but Lu Chen hugged her waist. The next moment, Yongxian, all the spiritual power in Xian's body was instantly sealed. "Let go of me." Yun Xianxian immediately started struggling. Lu Chen didn't say anything more and directly carried Yun Xianxian to the soft couch. "You, bastard, tear. Lu Chen doesn't want to use this method, but now the only way to calm you down, Yongxiangxian, is to stay close." This move was indeed very useful. After the two exchanged feelings for a while, Yongxiangxian's attitude softened. Although she still had some grudges in her heart, she couldn't help it. Lu Chen, the rebel, was too strong. If you want to be angry in front of him, you will only be suppressed. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen slowly raised his chest and looked down at Yun Xianxian. Yongxiangxian regained consciousness at this time and turned her head to the side without looking into Lu Chen's eyes. Although her face was flushed and she seemed to be immersed in joy, her expression was very cold, and she was obviously still angry with Lu Chen. Lu Chen said at this time, "Xiener, I swear by my Dao heart that the reason I am with you is completely because I like you, and I don't regard you as a substitute for your main body. At that time, I didn't even know your true identity. I only knew your true identity after I recovered some of my past memories." Hearing this, Yun Xianxian was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lu Chen to swear by Dao heart. For cultivators, it is easy to go wrong if they swear casually. Yun Xianxian turned her head and looked into Lu Chen's eyes, still saying coldly, "A man like you who lies on a woman every day, what kind of Dao heart can he have?" Lu Chen's cultivation mainly relies on dual cultivation, and his Dao heart does not seem to have much impact on his cultivation. Of course, Yun Xianxian just said it casually. In fact, she already believed Lu Chen's words in her heart, but she still felt a little awkward. Every time she was a little emotional, this guy would use this method to deal with her. This traitor could not let her vent her emotions properly. As soon as she was emotional, this traitor suppressed her. Lu Chen also saw that Yun Xianxian had believed his words. He smiled slightly and then said, "As long as you are a cultivator, you have a heart of Tao. How about I change my oath? If I lie, I will." Before Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Xianxian suddenly raised her jade hand and blocked Lu Chen's mouth, preventing him from continuing. Yun Xianxian said expressionlessly, "I don't want to hear these sweet words from you. Anyway, whether I am the clone of that person or not, I can't leave you. Do whatever you want." Chapter 760, Grand Master, no need to say more, I still have what to do. Chapter 760, Master, no need to say more, I will still do whatever you have to do. After hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Lu Chen slowly removed Yun Xiangxian's jade hand from his mouth, and then stared at her jade face that was as cold as ice with a blush. If you say that, then I admit it. Anyway, you are already my woman, and you can only be my woman in this life. No matter what you think, I will never let you leave me. Whether you call me shameless or despicable, I won't let you leave me. Having said this, Lu Chen leaned down again and kissed Yun Xiangxian's red lips. Yun Xianxian did not avoid or struggle, but responded to Lu Chen's kiss. After the two kissed for a while, Lu Chen raised his chest again and looked into Yun Xiangxian's eyes. Yun Xiangxian's expression was no longer as cold as before, and her beautiful purple eyes were staring straight at Lu Chen. The two just stared at each other without saying anything. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Xianxian finally asked, "Do you also have thoughts about my master?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam, what are you talking about? I only like you, how can I have thoughts about my master?" Yun Xianxian gave a cold drink and said, "Who are you? I don't know yet. Your harem has almost been abandoned, and you still have the nerve to say that you only like me. It's really shameless." Having said this, Yun Xianxian raised his hands and arms, held Lu Chen's cheek, looked directly into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "I know you have thoughts about my master, and I have no intention of stopping you from doing so. What does she do, even if she is my main body? However, I don't want you to think of me as her. I am me and she is her." Although she has accepted the fact that she is just a clone of Yun Qingshu, as a Yungxian with an independent personality, she is very concerned about Lu Chen's attitude towards their main and secondary bodies. Compared to the main body, she was the first to know Lu Chen and the first to become Lu Chen's woman. She would never allow Lu Chen to regard her as the main body, and then the main body would have the same love from Lu Chen as herself. Even though Lu Chen finally took down her main body, in her eyes, it was still a matter between Lu Chen and Yun Qingshu and had nothing to do with her. Lu Chen also understood what Yun Xianxian was thinking, so he said, "I understand, and I promise you that I will never regard you as her." Just when Lu Chen said this, Yun Xiangxian's eyes suddenly changed from purple to red. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen instantly understood that this was Yun Qingshu leaning in again. Just when Lu Chen was about to say something, Yun Xianxian sneered, "As the second incarnation of this palace, you actually want to? It's really ridiculous to get rid of me and even make me jealous." Lu Chen looked into Yun Xiangxian's eyes and said, "Mother-in-law, I am still working with Xiener. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to suddenly appear on Xiener?" Hearing this, Yun Qingshu felt extremely angry. "Shut up." After Yun Qingshu returned to Xianzhou just now, she originally did not plan to continue to cause trouble for Lu Chen in the short term. She wanted to stay outside Tianchen world and observe Lu Chen. As a result, not long after she returned to the ferry boat, that strange feeling came to her again. After reading the memory of Yun Xianxian, she certainly understood why she felt like that. Obviously, Lu Chen, the bastard Zhang, took action against Yun Xianxian again. He was just outside Tianchen world, but this bastard still dared to do that kind of thing to his second body unscrupulously. This meant that he didn't take her seriously at all, which made Yun Qingshu very unhappy. Yun Qingshu felt that it was necessary to have a good chat with Lu Chen, so she once again connected to Yun Xiangxian's body through her spiritual consciousness and directly gained control of Yun Xiangxian's body. Lu Chen didn't really shut up. He continued to ask, "Mother-in-law came to see me. Is there something wrong?" Yun Qingshu said coldly, "I am the main body of immortal Yungxian. If you continue to call me that, I will directly destroy the clone of immortal Yungxian." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Master, I understand, what are your instructions?" Yun Qingshu said, "Yun Xianxian is my second incarnation. No matter what she does, I will be affected by it. So from today on, you are not allowed to have sex with her." Lu Chen said, "Master, this is a bit embarrassing. Xiener and I are Taoist couples. Isn't it right for Taoist couples to do this kind of thing? Yun Qingshu's red eyes suddenly emitted a strong light, and Yun Qingshu said coldly, "You have so many women in your harem, and there is no shortage of her." Lu Chen said, "But Xiener is irreplaceable." "Master, there is no need to say anything. I will still do whatever you have to do." "You." After Yun Qingshu choked, he immediately said, "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy her? After all, she is my clone, and it is just a thought for me to destroy her." Lu Chen said, "I believe that Master will not do it. Master is willing to take the initiative to come to Tianchen world for her. This proves that Master already treats her as more than just a clone. If Master really wanted to destroy her, he would have destroyed her when he felt that she had lost her innocence, and he would not have waited until now." Hearing Lu Chen's analysis, Yun Xiangxian's expression became extremely cold. To be honest, she did think about actively destroying Yun Xiangxian's clone at first. But at that time, there seemed to be a force in the Tianchen world that cut off the connection between her and Yun Xianxian. Even though she could feel that Yun Xianxian was losing her virginity through the causal connection, she had no way to actively destroy Yun Xiangxian's body. Only when her consciousness could enter Yun Xiangxian's body could she easily destroy Yun Xiangxian's body, such as now. But after she read Yun Xiangxian's memory, she suddenly had no idea of destroying Yun Xiangxian's clone. She found that Yun Xianxian had indeed become another person as she had expected, and was no longer just her clone. When she created Yun Xiangxian's clone, wasn't it just to use this method to create a childlike existence for herself? She wanted more than just a clone. Although Yun Xiangxian's innocence had been lost, she had also grown up, and Yun Xianxian, who originally had no love between men and women, actually made up for the love between men and women after following Lu Chen, which also meant that Yun Xianxian was completely another person. Yun Qingshu said at this time, "I remind you, don't think you know everything, and act like you are in control of everything. I might be unhappy one day and destroy this clone directly." Lu Chen snorted and laughed and said, "If the master dares to destroy Xiener, I will tie up the master and use him as a substitute for Xiener." As soon as these words came out, the cold air on Yun Xiangxian's body instantly became violent, but the next moment, the spiritual power in her body was suppressed again, and the cold air dissipated instantly. Seeing that the spiritual power in Yun Xiangxian's body was suppressed, Yun Qingshu also knew that leaning over would not be able to stop Lu Chen from doing anything to him, so she was too lazy to use this method to intimidate Lu Chen. She asked directly, "Tell me, who are you and why do you know that I came from the ancient era?" Chapter 761 What the hell are you doing? The biggest reason why Yun Qingshu didn't leave Tianchen world immediately was because of Lu Chen. She really wanted to know what secrets Lu Chen had. He even knew that she came from the ancient era. Although Yun Qingshu still felt a little uncomfortable about what happened between Lu Chen and Yun Xianxian, she had decided to tolerate it and allow Yun Xianxian, the second body, to be with Lu Chen. Moreover, Yun Xianxian, the second body, had been deflowered. She couldn't just take Yun Xianxian back and merge with her. If she merged with Yun Xianxian, wouldn't she also be deflowered by Lu Chen, the bastard? Although indulging Lu Chen and Yun Xianxian would affect her main body, such as when Lu Chen and Yun Xianxian were intimate, she could also feel it, but she would find a way to eliminate these effects. As long as her realm is further improved, there will be a way to solve this problem. During this period, she asked Yun Xianxian to try not to do that kind of thing with Lu Chen. Being interrogated by Yun Xianxian with red eyes, Lu Chen became a little excited for a while. After sensing Lu Chen's strangeness, Yun Xiangxian's expression became even colder. Yun Qingshu naturally understood that Lu Chen was disrespecting him and treating Yun Xiangxian's body as his own, so he was so excited. Then Yun Qingshu controlled Yun Xiangxian's body to stand up, trying to get rid of Lu Chen. As a result, just when she raised her jade hand to push Lu Chen's chest away, Lu Chen directly grabbed Yun Xiangxian's jade hand, pressed her jade hand on both sides of Yun Xiangxian's head, and pressed her hard. Yun Qingshu scolded, "Asshole! What are you doing?" Lu Chen ignored Yun Qingshu's scolding, and answered Yun Qingshu's question just now. "I actually also came from the ancient era, but most of my memories have been sealed, so I don't know what happened in the ancient era. However, as my strength continues to recover and my memory continues to awaken, I believe I will soon have all the memories of the ancient era." Hearing this, Yun Qingshu fell into silence. From the memory of Yun Xianxian about Lu Chen that she read, Lu Chen's identity is indeed a bit mysterious, and she is definitely not just the son of the Emperor Shen Yu. So Lu Chen is likely to be telling the truth. He and himself are both from the ancient era, and this guy knew himself in the ancient era, so after his memory recovered a little, he mistook Yun Xianxian for himself, and then thought that he had also lost his memory, so he took the opportunity to occupy Yun Xiangxian's body. This guy is a lustful person who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Or just kill him. Just when Yun Qingshu was thinking this, he suddenly thought of someone. If Lu Chen really came from the ancient era and really knew me, then he might be. If he was really that person. Yun Qingshu was suddenly stunned. If Lu Chen was really that person, she. Just when Yun Qingshu was stunned, Lu Chen had already started to move. Yun Qingshu came back to her senses in an instant, and she looked at Lu Chen viciously. Impossible! This bastard couldn't be him. The man in her memory had no interest in women, unlike this bastard, who was still doing that kind of thing under such circumstances. Yun Qingshu snorted coldly and directly retracted her consciousness to avoid being affected by Lu Chen. When Yun Qingshu's consciousness left Yun Xiangxian's body, Yun Xianxian took control of her body again. When she came back to her senses, she saw Lu Chen struggling to move, and instantly understood that her master had come. For a moment, Yun Xianxian felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly broke free from Lu Chen's arms, then hugged Lu Chen's waist, turned over directly, and pressed Lu Chen under her body. This sudden scene made Lu Chen stunned. He didn't expect Yun Xianxian to have such great strength when her whole body's spiritual power was sealed. When Yun Xianxian turned over, she looked down at Lu Chen's handsome face from above. Before Lu Chen came back to his senses, Yun Xianxian suddenly moved. This surprised Lu Chen even more. Lu Chen was about to say something, Yun Xianxian leaned down again with her upper body, directly blocking Lu Chen's mouth, and then Yun Xianxian began to lead everything. It seemed as if she was tormenting Lu Chen. Soon Lu Chen figured out what was going on. Yun Xianxian was obviously jealous of her master, so she took the initiative to do all this. She did all this to show her master. After all, she was her master's clone, and her master must be able to sense what she was doing now. After thinking clearly about what was going on, Lu Chen calmly accepted what Yun Xianxian did. Since the fairy took the initiative, he only had to enjoy himself. After Yun Qingshu's consciousness was withdrawn, she immediately sensed Yun Xiangxian's situation, and she also found that it was not Lu Chen who did anything to Yun Xianxian this time, but Yun Xianxian who took the initiative to do that to Lu Chen. Yun Qingshu frowned. This clone of hers was really getting out of her control. It was fine if he was jealous of her, but he actually abused himself just to make her angry. Yun Qingshu snorted coldly, and then began to meditate and practice, trying to control the restless spiritual power in her body and try to divert her attention. Although Yun Qingshu thought that Yun Xianxian was abusing her body, Yun Xianxian didn't think so at all at this time. Although she did have a trace of revenge in her heart, she felt extremely happy at this time. This made her feel like she was in control of Lu Chen. In the past, she was always the passive party. Although she could enjoy herself, she always felt that something was missing in her heart. Now that she has become the active party, she seems to have Lu Chen under her control. Lu Chen seems to have become her man alone. This kind of psychological happiness is something she has never had before. Lu Chen also saw Yun Xiangxian's thoughts, and he did not stop Yun Xianxian, allowing Yun Xianxian to do whatever she wants. Xia Yang World, Black Moon City. In the evening, Lu Chen's puppet and Ji Kaihuyu are patrolling along the city wall. Lu Chen's body is now just lying on the bed, allowing Yun Xianxian to bully him, so he freed up some energy to control the puppet. At this time, a soldier suddenly said to Ji Kaihuyu, "City Lord, it's not good, the demonic energy is gathering again." Hearing this, Ji Kaihuyu and Lu Chen turned their heads to look at the demon sealing Forbidden Land at the same time, and found that the sky above the demon sealing Forbidden Land was indeed beginning to condense thick demonic energy. Ji Kaihuyu frowned and said in confusion, "The moon hasn't come out yet, how come the demonic energy starts to gather so quickly?" Under normal circumstances, only when the moon comes out, the demonic energy in the Forbidden Land will start to gather and the demonic tide will spread outward. Now the sun hasn't set yet, and the big red sun is still hanging in the sky. After Ji Kaihuyu came to his senses, he said to the soldiers on the city wall, "Be alert." Chapter 762 Lu Chen, do you think that is a demon? After Ji Kaihuyu gave the order, her deputy general quickly started to move, and soon, the soldiers of Black Moon City were ready for battle. Compared with the past, the soldiers of Black Moon City are not as nervous as before even if they encounter the demon tide, because they know that their deputy city lord can restrain the demon energy. As long as their deputy city lord is there, even if they encounter the demon tide of the scale of the last time, they can easily resist it. However, Ji Kaihuyu's face was not good at this time. She looked at the demon energy condensing in the distance with a worried face. In the past, the demon energy would not start to condense so early, and today the demon energy condensation speed was obviously accelerated. It has just started, and the demon energy has become so thick that half of the sky in the demon sealing Forbidden Land has been covered by the demon energy. Something must have happened in the demon sealing Forbidden Land. Could it be that the heavenly demon broke the seal? Thinking of this, Ji Kaihuyu was even more worried. After a while, the Forbidden Land of demon sealing began to shake, and Black Moon City was also affected. The entire Black Moon City also trembled, as if some huge monster appeared in the Forbidden Land of demon sealing and was walking. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Look! Look!" The soldiers on the city wall hurriedly looked towards the Forbidden Land of demon sealing. This sight made everyone stunned. A huge body climbed up from the Forbidden Land of demon sealing. The body of the giant seemed to be a fusion of the monsters in the Forbidden Land of demon sealing. This is the first time that Ji Kaihuyu has seen such a huge monster since he guarded Black Moon City. With the height of that monster, it can cross the wall of Black Moon City in one go and enter Black Moon City directly. At this time, the soldiers on the tower of Black Moon City were in a panic. What is that? How can there be such a huge monster? Could it be the heavenly demon? Oh my god! The heavenly demon has broken the seal. Except for Lu Chen, no one present had ever seen the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon only existed in their imagination. In their opinion, the heavenly demon should be extremely huge and possess a terrifying pressure. The monster in the Forbidden Land of the demon-sealed land was no different from the heavenly demon in their eyes. The soldiers trembled when they thought that the giant was the heavenly demon. After Ji Kaihuyu came to her senses, she hurriedly said, "All the demon-breaking arrows are aimed at the giant." Ji Kaihuyu also suspected that the giant was the heavenly demon. After all, she had never seen the heavenly demon. When she thought that the heavenly demon had broken the seal, Ji Kaihuyu was extremely frightened. She was not afraid of death before, but now she was afraid of the heavenly demon. According to historical records, if you encounter a real demon, the demon will not only kill the cultivator, but will also imprison the cultivator's soul, slowly tear the soul apart, and treat the cultivator's soul as food. If you die directly and your soul is destroyed, it's okay, you don't have to suffer the torture of the demon, but if you don't die completely and fall into the hands of the demon, it's worse than death. Lu Chen observed the giant at this time and found that the giant did have a strong demon power, but compared to the real demon, the giant's demon power was nothing. Obviously, the giant was not a real demon, but a demon body constructed by the demon using the demon power to condense the demons in the Forbidden Land. The demon probably wanted to break the blockade of Black Moon City by controlling those demons, and then let the demons spread out. Just when Lu Chen was distracted, Ji Kaihuyu asked, Lu Chen, do you think that's a demon? Lu Chen came back to his senses, turned his head and looked at the pale Ji Kaihuyu, and said with a smile, the demon power on it is far inferior to the real demon. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Ji Kaihuyu was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen said this as if Lu Chen had seen a real demon, otherwise how would he know that the demon power on the giant was far inferior to the real demon? Ji Kaihuyu asked curiously, have you seen a real demon? There is only one demon in the Xiang world, and it is sealed in the demon Forbidden Land. How could Lu Chen have seen a real demon? Lu Chen smiled and said, I have indeed seen a real demon. Ji Kaihuyu was startled. Then she continued to ask, in the Xiang world, there are only demons in the demon sealing Forbidden Land. How could you have seen the demons? Lu Chen said, I will tell you the specific reasons when the time comes. Ji Kaihuyu looked at Lu Chen suspiciously and asked tentatively, are you a demon cultivator? Lu Chen smiled and said, I have the power to restrain the demons. Which demon do you think dares to accept me and let me be a demon cultivator? Ji Kaihuyu thought about it and it seemed that Lu Chen had the power to restrain the demons. If the demons knew of his existence, they would definitely try their best to kill him. How could they let him be a demon cultivator? But this is strange. When did Lu Chen see the demon? Could it be? Ji Kaihuyu suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, Lu Chen's original body has lived for an unknown number of years. When the demon was sealed, Lu Chen's original body was also present. He survived by chance, so Lu Chen had seen the sealed demon at that time? In this way, isn't Lu Chen the same generation as his ancestor? Ji Kaihuyu immediately stopped herself from thinking any further. In the world of cultivation, it was not uncommon for couples to have a difference of 1,000 or even 10,000 years in age. Thinking of this, Ji Kaihuyu came back to her senses and focused all her attention on the giant in the Forbidden Land of the demon sealing. Ji Kaihuyu then asked Lu Chen carefully, Lu Chen, are you sure you can deal with such a big monster? Although Lu Chen restrained the demonic energy, this monster looked very powerful. Lu Chen's power was limited after all, and she was not sure whether Lu Chen could deal with this giant monster. Lu Chen said lightly, don't worry, as long as this monster dares to leave the Forbidden Land of the demon sealing, I will immediately take action to destroy it. Although this monster looked very powerful, Lu Chen also saw the shortcomings of this monster. This monster was pieced together by countless monsters. As long as he, who had the ability to restrain the demonic energy, approached the giant, the monster on the giant would immediately struggle and try to get out of the giant's body, and then the giant would disintegrate. Moreover, his restraint on the power of the heavenly demon was absolute. Even if the giant had the power of the heavenly demon, he would have no chance of winning in front of the burial demon art. As time went by, the giant became bigger and bigger, and the demonic energy became thicker and thicker. Soon the whole Black Moon City was dark. The sun had not set yet, but the spread of the demonic energy directly covered the sunset. The next moment, the giant stepped on his huge feet and walked directly towards Black Moon City. At this moment, a soldier ran to Ji Kaihuyu and said, City Lord, Commander Bai is here to support us. Hearing this, Ji Kaihuyu sneered. She still remembered the last time Bai Wenbin escaped. In her opinion, Bai Wenbin dared to come to support now, probably because he thought there would be no danger with Lu Chen. But no matter what his purpose was, he came to help for Black Moon City, for the Great Xia Dynasty, and for the entire Xiang world. Ji Kaihuyu did not intend to drive Bai Wenbin away. Chapter 763 You are actually a demon cultivator. Bai Wenbin soon came to Ji Kaihuyu and Lu Chen, and said with a smile, Kaihuyu, I heard that there was something unusual in the demon sealing Forbidden Land, so I brought people to Black Moon City as soon as possible. Lu Chen looked at Bai Wenbin at this time. The moment Bai Wenbin came over, Lu Chen sensed the existence of the power of the demon from Bai Wenbin. After all, he had the demon burial technique on him, and even if Bai Wenbin hit it deeply, he could still feel the power of the demon on Bai Wenbin. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, wanting to see what Bai Wenbin was going to do. However, just in case, Lu Chen still sent a voice message to Ji Kaihuyu directly, Kaihuyu, Bai Wenbin has the power of the demon, you have to be careful of him later. Hearing this, Ji Kaihuyu was stunned. She originally thought that Bai Wenbin was unwilling to give up, so he came to show his courtesy, but she didn't expect that Bai Wenbin came here today for another purpose. Ji Kaihuyu frowned slightly, but she did not expose Bai Wenbin directly. She thanked him lightly and said, Thank you, Commander Bai, for leading people to support Black Moon City. Bai Wenbin smiled and said, Kaihuyu, you are too polite. Why are we saying thank you to each other? Besides, we have to rely on Deputy City Lord Lu to deal with the monsters. We can only be considered as helping at most. At this time, Lu Chen once again sensed the power of the demon on Bai Wenbin's body. Bai Wenbin's power of the demon was not particularly pure. It seemed that he did not get the power of the demon directly from the demon, but other demon cultivators passed the power of the demon to Bai Wenbin. In other words, there are other demon cultivators with the power of the demon behind Bai Wenbin, and that demon cultivator is likely to be the demon messenger of the demon. As soon as Bai Wenbin finished speaking, the speed of the giant in the distance began to increase. In just a moment, the giant left the forbidden land of the demon and walked towards Black Moon City. Ji Kaihuyu immediately said to the soldiers, Shoot! Then countless black gold arrows shot at the giant, but when the black gold arrows hit the giant's body, at most a small cloud of white smoke came out, and the giant did not seem to be affected much, and it continued to walk towards Black Moon City. Seeing this scene, the soldiers who controlled the siege crossbows hurriedly shot giant arrows to deal with the giant, but even if the black gold arrows became bigger, it still did not have much effect on the giant. At this time, the giant's body was already full of black gold arrows, but the giant continued to move towards Black Moon City, but fortunately the giant did not launch any attacks, but just kept moving forward. Not long after, the giant came to the outside of Black Moon City. At this time, the giant suddenly stopped, and the huge eyes like lanterns scanned the tower, as if looking for something. Suddenly, the giant's eyes fell on Lu Chen, and then it raised its giant palm and slapped directly at Lu Chen's position. Seeing that the giant was actually coming for him, Lu Chen was very confused. When did he offend the demon of the Forbidden Land of Demons? Thinking of this, Lu Chen reacted instantly. He had sent puppets to the Xiang world twice and passed through the demon sealing Forbidden Land, and he had teased the demon in the demon sealing Forbidden Land twice. The demon probably remembered him. Lu Chen smiled faintly, then tightened his grip on the black gold sword, took a step forward, jumped directly into the air, and slashed with his sword. Ice Level 8 Sword. In an instant, a majestic cold air surged out of the sword, instantly freezing the giant condensed by the monsters. Then, countless sword chi appeared around the giant's body. After these sword chi passed, cracks appeared on the frozen giant's body. After a while, the whole giant's body slowly fell down and fell directly to the Black Moon City. The monsters on the giant's body also fell directly to the Black Moon City. Seeing this scene, Ji Kaihuyu frowned. Oh no, the giant's body has already exceeded the height of the tower of Black Moon City. If it falls down, who knows how many monsters will fall directly into the city. Ji Kaihuyu immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle." The soldiers on the tower hurriedly pulled their bows and shot arrows to kill the falling monsters in the air, but the number of monsters was too many. Seeing the monsters all over the sky, Lu Chen couldn't help but think, this couldn't be the plan of the demon, deliberately using the power of the demon to condense the monsters into a giant. When the giant was defeated, the giant fell down and fell directly into the Black Moon City, and the city wall was useless. But it's not so easy to get past him and enter the Black Moon City directly. Lu Chen then jumped up again and jumped into the air again. Ice Level 8 Sword. This time, Lu Chen used all the spiritual power of his puppet clone. For a moment, the sky above Black Moon City was filled with icy cold air, which directly froze all the monsters that fell from the giant. The next moment, 8 sword energies slashed through the frozen monsters, instantly turning their bodies into ice slag. After Lu Chen dealt with the monsters, the spiritual power of the puppet body was basically consumed. Although the puppet had most of his power, after the puppet was too far away from the main body, the puppet could not obtain spiritual power from the main body, and could only replenish it by absorbing spiritual energy from the puppet itself. Seeing Lu Chen's puppet body falling directly from the sky, Ji Kaihuyu pretended to change his face and immediately flew towards Lu Chen. However, at this moment, Bai Wenbin's body suddenly exuded a thick demonic energy, and the Black Moon City soldiers around him instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. Then, Bai Wenbin waved his hand, and a stream of demonic energy directly knocked Ji Kaihuyu's body out, while Bai Wenbin took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Chen's body. After Ji Kaihuyu hit the city wall, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then said, "Bai Wenbin, you are actually a demon cultivator." While Bai Wenbin flew towards Lu Chen's body, he laughed and said, "Finally, I have waited for this opportunity. Today, all of you will die." Just as Bai Wenbin approached Lu Chen, Bai Wenbin stretched out a claw and directly grabbed Lu Chen's neck. However, he did not kill Lu Chen immediately, but laughed and said, "Dare to steal my woman, today I will let you experience the pain of demonic energy devouring the soul." While speaking, Bai Wenbin directly released the power of the demon in his body, and watched the power of the demon enter Lu Chen's body, but Lu Chen still did not struggle. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly took out a token and immediately activated the token. He was just a puppet clone, and he would be dead if he died, but when he was gone, Bai Wenbin would probably attack Ji Kaihuyu, so it would be better to find a helper. After Bai Wenbin noticed Lu Chen's little move, he immediately slapped his palm, trying to smash the thing in Lu Chen's hand, but his magic energy did not break the token. At the same time, headquarters of the Blood Rainbow House. When Nangang Kinja felt the spiritual power fluctuation of the Master's token, she immediately used the teleportation array and went directly to Black Moon City. However, as soon as she arrived in Black Moon City, she saw Lu Chen, who was caught by Bai Wenbin, exploded, and the light wave of the explosion instantly enveloped Bai Wenbin. Chapter 764 I don't have the hobby of being a dog for monsters. Tianchen World, Black Dragon City Palace. Yun Xianxian was still busy at this time. Even though she was exhausted, she still had no intention of stopping. She wanted to take revenge on the main body and let the main body understand that her body had been given to Lu Chen, and she could not possess it whenever she wanted. But at this moment, Lu Chen stretched out his hands and held her willow waist to stop her from messing around. Yun Xianxian slowly raised her head and looked into Lu Chen's eyes. "You, what are you doing?" Lu Chen smiled faintly, then slowly stood up and let Yun Xianxian sit in his arms. He held Yun Xiangxian's waist with one hand and put the 2 puppets that Yun Xianxian made for him into the bedroom with the other hand. Seeing this scene, Yun Xianxian was a little puzzled. What was the point of releasing the puppets at this time? Lu Chen said at this time, something happened in Xiang World. Hearing this, Yun Xianxian reacted. It seemed that Lu Chen's puppet had an accident in Xiang World. Yun Xianxian then wanted to withdraw, then you take care of your business first. There is still a lot of time, and Yun Xianxian is not in a hurry. Just when Yun Xianxian was about to get up, she found that Lu Chen's big hand was pressing her hips tightly, making it impossible for her to get up. Yun Xianxian hugged Lu Chen's neck and looked at Lu Chen with confusion. This traitor had something to do, so why didn't he let her get up? Lu Chen didn't explain anything. He directly infused spiritual energy into the two puppets made by Yun Xianxian for him. After a while, the two puppets both had the strength of Yin and Yang realm. Then Lu Chen controlled the two puppets to use teleportation, and instantly brought them to the crack of the boundary wall of Tianchen world. When the soldiers guarding the crack of the boundary wall saw two majesties, they were all stunned, but Lu Chen didn't explain too much. He left a puppet at the crack of the boundary wall, and then controlled another puppet to go to Xiang world. At this time, Yun Xiangxian's jade arm was hanging on Lu Chen's neck, staring at Lu Chen's eyes quietly. She knew that Lu Chen was controlling the puppet now, so she didn't move. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen took a deep breath, came back to his senses and looked at Yun Xiangxian's cold and flushed jade cheeks. Yun Xianxian asked, "Is it done?" Lu Chen said lightly, "Well, it's okay." After that, Lu Chen lay down again. After Yun Xianxian stared at Lu Chen for a while, she leaned down again, kissed Lu Chen's mouth, and then continued to implement her revenge plan. While enjoying Yun Xiangxian's service, Lu Chen controlled the puppet to rush to Black Moon City quickly. The puppet's self-explosion just now was most likely not to kill Bai Wenbin. And there must be other demon cultivators behind Bai Wenbin, so he had to hurry to Black Moon City to prevent Ji Kaiyu from getting into trouble. Although he had just used the order of the Master of the Blood Rainbow House, Nangang Qinja would rush to Black Moon City as soon as possible, but when Nangang Qinja knew that he had self-destructed, she might not wade into the muddy water to save Ji Kaiyu. At the same time, above Black Moon City, Nangang Qinja, dressed in red, was suspended in the air, looking at the exploding light wave indifferently. At this time, the blood in her body was extremely agitated. Although there was no expression on her face, it could be seen from the crazy surging blood in her body that she was very angry at the moment. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would be killed not long after this. She clearly arranged for the people of the Blood Rainbow House to protect Lu Chen in Black Moon City. How could Lu Chen be in danger? Where did those people die? Once Lu Chen died, they no longer had a way to directly restrain the demonic energy. When the demon broke through the seal, their Blood Rainbow House would also suffer. When she thought of this, Nangang Qinja suddenly regretted leaving Lu Chen in Black Moon City. If she had taken Lu Chen back directly when she came to Black Moon City last time, Lu Chen would not have encountered such danger. There is no regret medicine in the world, and it is useless to think about these things now. Nangang Qinja's red eyes swept the aftermath of the explosion. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Bai Wenbin, who was covered in injuries, appeared in her sight. Seeing the black demonic energy emanating from Bai Wenbin, Nangang Qinja shouted coldly, "I haven't met a demon cultivator for a long time." As the voice fell, Nangang Qinja waved her jade hand, and a huge blood-colored palm print directly slapped Bai Wenbin. Seeing the blood-colored palm print in the sky, Bai Wenbin's face turned pale. Although Lu Chen's self-explosion did not kill him, he had consumed a lot of magic power and could not resist the attack of the Wanfa realm strongman at all. Seeing that Bai Wenbin was about to be beaten to death, suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in the air, "I don't know who has offended the master of Sui Hong Fang. He is so angry that he wants to kill people as soon as he arrives." After the voice fell, a ball of black air kept spinning in the air, and then an old man wearing a black robe and a mask appeared next to Bai Wenbin. The old man raised his hand, and a ball of demonic energy surged out, easily smashing Nangang Qinja's blood palm. After feeling the power of the old man, Nangang Qinja said coldly, "No wonder Lu Chen is in danger, it turns out that a demon cultivator of the Wanfa realm has appeared. She said why the people she arranged in Black Moon City to protect Lu Chen did not take action. Now it seems that those people have probably been solved by this demon cultivator of the Wanfa realm. Nangang Kinja was too lazy to talk nonsense with the demon cultivator. She directly mobilized the blood energy, and with a finger, countless blood-red skeletons rushed straight to the old man in black robe. The black-robed old man smiled and said, "Master Sui Hong, we are both evil cultivators, why do we have to fight and kill each other?" While speaking, the old man in black robe waved his big hand like dry bark, and a ball of dense demonic power surged out, directly devouring all the skeletons formed by the blood and qi. Nangang Kinja frowned immediately. The old man in black robe continued, "Master Sui Hong, although you are not a demon cultivator, your cultivation method is no different from that of a demon cultivator. Your blood and qi are of no harm to us demon cultivators. Not only can it not hurt me, but it is a great tonic for me." Nangang Kinja naturally saw this point, and she immediately backed down in her heart. If it was a demon cultivator in the yin-yang realm, she could easily suppress it, but a demon cultivator in the Wanfa realm, and a demon cultivator with the power of the demon, it would not be so easy to deal with. The power of the demon itself restrains the spiritual power of the cultivator, and the demon relies on blood and negative emotions to draw power. As an evil cultivator, she has a very small chance of winning when encountering a demon cultivator with the power of the demon in the same realm. The old man in black robe continued, "Master Sui Hong, my master is about to break the seal and come to Xiang world again. Since you are an evil cultivator, why don't you just surrender to my master and become a demon cultivator? If Master Sui Hong accepts my master's power of the devil, with Master Sui Hong's cultivation method, I'm afraid that within 10 years, he will be able to break through the spirit transformation realm and become the #1 in Xiang world." Nangang Kinja sneered, "I don't have the hobby of being a dog for monsters." It's true that she is an evil cultivator, but she also has a bottom line. After hearing Nangang Kinja's words, the demonic energy on the old man in black robe suddenly surged out, "Since Master Sui Hong is unwilling to surrender to my master, then I will." "What?" Before the old man in black robe finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared between Nangang Kinja and the old man in black robe. Chapter 765 You are not dead. Chapter 765 You are not dead. Seeing Lu Chen appear, everyone present except Ji Kaihuya was stunned. They clearly saw Lu Chen blowing himself up just now, why are they still alive now? Nangang Kinja's scarlet eyes looked straight at Lu Chen, and she felt that Lu Chen's realm seemed to have been elevated to the yin and yang realm. Not only did he not die when he self-destructed, but he also achieved a breakthrough in his realm? Is it possible? Or is Lu Chen's self-destruction just now just a cover-up? After seeing Lu Chen appear again, Bai Wenbin and the old man in black robes suddenly felt tremendous pressure. The aura emanating from Lu Chen's body made them feel very afraid of the power of the devil in their bodies. Bai Wenbin said in disbelief, You are not dead. This is impossible." Lu Chen obviously blew himself up in front of him, his body was blown to pieces, and now he is alive again. Could it be that the person who blew himself up just now was not Lu Chen at all? Then if it wasn't Lu Chen, who was that person just now? At this time, the old man in black robe said sadly, "It seems that you have many ways to save your life." Lu Chen said calmly, "There aren't many ways to save my life, but it's not that easy for you guys to kill me." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at the old man in black robe, and the next moment, his information appeared in front of Lu Chen. Name, Xiao Chenjua. Identity, National Preceptor of the Great Xia Dynasty, a demon envoy with the power of the devil. Strength, 8th level of 10,000 Dharma realm. Loyalty, 0. After seeing Xiao Chenjua's personal information, Lu Chen smiled faintly and continued, "I didn't expect that you hid it so deeply." The national preceptor of the Xia dynasty was actually a demon cultivator, and he was also a demon with the power of a heavenly demon. Make. Hearing this, the people present were startled again. They did not expect that this old man in black robe was actually the national advisor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Xiao Qinjue himself was also stunned. Very few people knew that he was a demon envoy. Lu Chen actually saw his identity at a glance. He had clearly hidden his body and aura. And he was very sure that he had never seen this Lu Chen before. Why did this Lu Chen recognize him all of a sudden? After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Qinjue still didn't understand it, but Xiao Qinjue was too lazy to continue thinking. As long as he caught Lu Chen and searched for Lu Chen's soul, he would soon know how Lu Chen knew his identity. Xiao Qinjue was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Chen. Originally, he came here just to kill Lu Chen. He actually had no intention of taking action at the beginning. If he hadn't discovered the yin-yang masters placed by Blood Rainbow Square in Black Moon City to protect Lu Chen, he wouldn't have taken action. He was still exposed now. But now that he has been recognized and his identity has been exposed, there is nothing to worry about. The next moment, the demonic energy in Xiao Qinjue's body surged out crazily, and the entire sky above Black Moon City was shrouded in thick demonic energy. The pressure brought by the demonic energy made the monks in Black Yu City breathless. Xiao Qinjue looked at Lu Chen and said, "Boy, I don't know how you know the identity of Lao Chan, but since you know the identity of Lao Chan, you all have to die here today." As he spoke, the power of the devil surged out of Xiao Qinjue's body, and the whole world seemed to have turned into hell, with countless skeletons crawling out of the ground. Everything in sight. Seeing this scene, Nangang Qinja was about to take action, but then she thought about it. Lu Chen had the ability to restrain demonic energy, and this guy just blew himself up and didn't die. There must be secrets in him that she didn't know about, and she didn't have them either. There is no need to be so anxious, maybe Lu Chen can suppress Xiao Qinjue, the devil. Thinking of this, Nangang Qinja didn't take action and just stood not far away from Lu Chen and watched. Seeing that those skeletons were about to touch Lu Chen's body, Lu Chen raised his right hand and said, "Here comes the sword." As soon as he finished speaking, the black gold swords on the tower flew directly towards Lu Chen. With Lu Chen's yin-yang realm strength, it was relatively easy to control these swords at the same time. In an instant, thousands of black gold swords appeared in front of Lu Chen, and one of the black gold swords flew into Lu Chen's hand. Then he ran the demon burial technique, and then instilled the spiritual power in his body into the black gold swords, and swung the sword directly. The black gold swords flew towards the skeletons on the ground like arrows. When the black gold sword came into contact with the illusion of skeletons, those skeletons were instantly purified by the spiritual power of the demon burial art into ashes and scattered in the wind. Xiao Qinjue's face immediately became extremely ugly. He knew that Lu Chen's spiritual power could restrain the demonic energy, but he didn't expect that the spiritual power released by Lu Chen could restrain the demonic energy so much. Lu Chen just used a normal attack to resolve it instantly. Lost all his treasures. This Lu Chen is a huge threat to the demon cultivator and the demon, and he must not be allowed to live. If he is allowed to continue to grow, in the future, when the demon breaks through the seal, it is very likely that even the demon will be suppressed by this Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Xiao Qinjue immediately took out a flag. 10,000 soul flags. In an instant, countless painful wails came from the 10,000 souls banner, and then countless twisted souls stepped out of the 10,000 souls banner and headed straight for Lu Chen. Xiao Qinjue sneered and said, "No matter how powerful you are, I don't believe you can still stop the devouring of these ghosts." Feeling the power emanating from those ghosts, everyone present was frightened and turned pale. The strength of those ghosts were almost all in the yin-yang realm. At this time, Nangang Qinja was a little unsteady. If she didn't take action, Lu Chen might be in trouble again. The 10,000 souls banner that Xiao Qinjue took out exuded a pressure above the earth-level spiritual weapon. Lu Chen himself was only at the yin-yang realm, and it was likely that he could not withstand it. The next moment, blood and energy gushed out of Nangang Kinja's body. At this moment, Lu Chen saw the ghosts coming straight towards him, but he still did not panic. He calmly floated in the air. Seeing those ghosts getting closer and closer, Lu Chen suddenly clenched the sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy on his body suddenly burst out. Ice Level 8 Sword. The cold air directly froze all the ghosts, and then 8 sword energies cut through the bodies of those ghosts, and those ghosts turned directly into ice chips. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chenjue smiled and said, "My ghost is immortal. I want to see how long you can hold on." After the ghosts in Xiao Chenjue's 10,000 souls banner are shattered, they will be reborn again in the 10,000 souls banner. As long as the user's magic energy is not exhausted, the ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner can continue to regenerate until the enemy is exhausted. At this time, countless ghosts flew out of Xiao Chenjue's 10,000 souls banner. Lu Chen gathered the surrounding spiritual energy again and stabbed out with another sword. Ice Level 8 Sword. The ghosts flying out of the 10,000 souls banner were frozen again and turned into ice chips again. Now Xiao Chenjue found something wrong. As more and more ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner were eliminated, the number of ghosts coming out of the 10,000 souls banner became less and less. What's going on? It stands to reason that the ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner are immortal. Seeing that the number of ghosts in the 10,000 souls banner was decreasing, Lu Chen smiled and said, "National Master, it seems that the ghosts in your 10,000 souls banner are going on strike. They dare not come out." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 766 That's the Realm of All Laws. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Xiao Chenjue immediately checked the 10,000 souls banner in his hand. As a result, Xiao Chenjue was stunned in the air. Those ghosts destroyed by Lu Chen did not regenerate, but died completely, so the number of ghosts coming out of his 10,000 souls banner was getting smaller and smaller. Xiao Chenjue couldn't believe that Lu Chen's spiritual power could purify the ghosts and free them. This kid must die today. A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Chenjue's eyes, and then he released the power of the devil. The power of the devil accompanied those ghosts and turned into skeletons, rushing directly towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't intend to waste time. He threw the black gold sword in his hand, let the black gold sword float in front of him, and then gathered the spiritual power in his body. Ice. 8th level sword. The previous 2 times were just small fights, and the power of the heavenly swordsmanship was not fully exerted, but this time was different. When Lu Chen released the sword energy, for a moment, the whole sky seemed to be frozen. The cold air instantly enveloped all the ghosts, including Xiao Chenjue. When the cold sword energy released by Lu Chen touched Xiao Chenjue's body, Xiao Chenjue's body froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Chenjue couldn't believe that the cold air could freeze him. He quickly released all the demonic power in his body. As a result, as soon as the demonic power came out of Xiao Chenjue's body, it seemed to have encountered some natural enemy and slipped away in other directions. However, Lu Chen did not give the demonic power a chance. Lu Chen continued to urge the sword energy. In a moment, the demonic power was also frozen by the cold sword energy. Xiao Chenjue roared, "No! Impossible!" As soon as Xiao Chenjue finished speaking, he was completely frozen. Then, 8 sword energies passed through Xiao Chenjue's body, and then his body was directly broken into several large pieces. Bai Wenbin, who saw this scene, turned pale and bloodless, and his body kept shaking. That's the Wanfa realm. A Wanfa realm demon cultivator, who possessed the power of a demon, was actually killed instantly by a yin-yang realm cultivator. How? How is this possible? Not only Bai Wenbin, but everyone present was stunned. A yin-yang realm cultivator could actually cross levels and easily kill a Wanfa realm demon envoy? Everyone present wondered if they were dreaming. Especially some Black Moon City soldiers who once looked down on Lu Chen, they were completely convinced now. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Wenbin suddenly woke up. He turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Although he also felt that Lu Chen had little spiritual power left in his body, after seeing Lu Chen's power, he had completely lost the idea of fighting Lu Chen. He could kill a Wanfa realm demon cultivator with the strength of Yin Yang realm. Such a person was simply not something he could deal with. However, even though Bai Wenbin had realized how powerful Lu Chen was, it was too late for him to escape. Before Lu Chen could make a move, a huge blood palm instantly appeared above Bai Wenbin's head. Before Bai Wenbin could react, he was slapped into a blood mist by the blood palm. Lu Chen glanced at Bai Wenbin, who had turned into a blood mist, and then his eyes fell on Nangang Qinjia. Seeing Lu Chen staring at her, Nangang Qinjia's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. After seeing Lu Chen's fighting power just now, she also had a little fear of Lu Chen in her heart. Moreover, she could clearly feel that the power in Lu Chen's body restrained her blood, which means that Lu Chen could not only easily cross the level of the murderous demon cultivator, but also cross the level to kill her, the evil cultivator. For a while, Nangang Qinjia felt extremely nervous. After a while, Ji Kaihuya flew in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a look at Ji Kaihuya's body, and then used King Mu Chong Sheng Gong to help Ji Kaihuya recover. Feeling a warm current flowing through her body, Ji Kaihuya immediately thanked Lu Chen and said, "Thank you." After the words fell, Ji Kaihuya looked straight at Lu Chen in front of her. She was very curious. Is this Lu Chen a puppet or his real body? With the strength of Yin and Yang realm, he should not be a puppet, right? When she thought of this, Ji Kaihuya's heart was beating non-stop. If Lu Chen came in his real body, did it mean that she would soon become Lu Chen's real woman? At this time, Lu Chen looked at Nangang Qinjia and said with a smile, "Thank you Nangang Fangzhou for supporting Black Moon City. If it weren't for Nangang Fangzhou holding back those demon cultivators, I'm afraid those monsters in the Forbidden Land would have run out." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Nangang Qinjia came back to her senses. "No. You're welcome." Even without the real body, with the strength of Deputy City Lord Lu, he can also easily deal with what happened today. Nangang Qinjia was obviously a little nervous. Although the expression on her face looked a little indifferent, she was already stuttering when she spoke. Lu Chen's last move really shocked her. This also made Nangang Qinjia more curious about Lu Chen's identity. Who is this man? Where did he come from? Why can't he die even if he explodes himself? Instead, he can improve his strength to the Yin-Yang realm in a short time, and even kill a demon in the Wanfa realm with the strength of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe that there would be such an exaggerated cross-level killing in this world. This also made Nangang Qinjia realize that Lu Chen's identity was not ordinary, and she could not treat him like last time. She didn't want to be killed by Lu Chen with the same trick that killed Xiao Qinjua. After Lu Chen healed Ji Kaihuya's wounds, he looked at the demon sealing Forbidden Land in the distance. The demonic energy above the demon sealing Forbidden Land had not dissipated yet, and it seemed that the demons were still gathering. Lu Chen's body disappeared instantly, and the next moment he appeared on the city wall. Then, Lu Chen released the spiritual power in his body, and waves of spiritual power spread with Lu Chen as the center. In a moment, the demonic energy above the demon sealing Forbidden Land became fainter and fainter. As the demonic energy dissipated, Black Moon City regained its brightness again. The red sunset hung in the sky, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on people, making people feel extremely warm. Lu Chen had just used the Ice Level 8 sword several times in a row, and the temperature of the entire Black Moon City had dropped. Those soldiers were shivering from the cold. Now that the setting sun suddenly came out, people naturally felt very warm. Nangang Qinjia quietly watched Lu Chen standing on the tower, not knowing what he was thinking. Then Nangang Qinjia did not say goodbye to Lu Chen, and left Black Moon City directly, leaving Lu Chen, who was a dangerous person to her. After everything was over, Lu Chen and Ji Kaihui returned to the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen was just about to let the puppet return to the room so that his real body could concentrate on enjoying himself. As a result, as soon as he entered the room, Ji Kaihui followed him in and hugged the puppet Lu Chen's waist from behind. Lu Chen was slightly stunned. He thought Ji Kaihui was worried about him. Then he comforted him and said, "Didn't I say that it was a puppet? Even if it exploded, I would be fine. You don't have to worry about me." Ji Kaihui immediately said, "It's not because of this." Ji Kaihui's voice was very low. Her jade cheeks were hot at the moment, and she was extremely panicked. Chapter 767 Tell me the truth, do you have many Taoist companions? Chapter 767 Tell me the truth, do you have many Taoist companions? Lu Chen was a little puzzled. If she was not worried about him, why did Ji Kaihui hold him so tightly? Lu Chen then continued, "Kaihui, if you have anything on your mind, just say it directly." Ji Kaihui could no longer endure it. She asked in a mosquito-like voice, Lu Chen, is this body of yours your real body? Hearing this question, Lu Chen laughed out loud. He finally understood why Ji Kaihui behaved like this. It turned out that she suspected that his real body came to Black Moon City. Lu Chen then said, "I also want to come to your side as soon as possible, but unfortunately, this body is not the real body, but just a puppet." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Ji Kaihui was startled. She thought that this body was so powerful that it could easily kill a demon messenger in the Wanfa realm. It must be Lu Chen's real body. She was ready to lose her virginity tonight, but Lu Chen told her that it was just a puppet. How is this possible? Is there such a powerful puppet body? Ji Kaihui then said, "I don't believe it, how can your puppet be so powerful?" As she spoke, Ji Kaihui's jade hand moved to Lu Chen's belly and kept going down. Lu Chen was speechless. It seemed that this was the first time he met a woman who was so proactive without being eaten up by him. How could Ji Kaihui be more proactive than him? This can't actually be blamed on Ji Kaihui. After all, they have been in a relationship for so long, and the two often hug each other. Although it was just his puppet, he always subconsciously controlled the puppet to mess around on Ji Kaihui's body. Ji Kaihui couldn't stand it anymore. So when Ji Kaihui found out that Lu Chen might be the real body, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Lu Chen controlled the puppet to grab Ji Kaihui's hand and stopped her from messing around. Then he turned his head and looked at Ji Kaihui's blushing face and said, "Kaihui, I want to be with you more than you do. It's a pity that I am not my real body now. My real body is still in cultivation and I can't come to Black Moon City for a while." Looking at Lu Chen's pupils, Ji Kaihui was slightly stunned. Lu Chen's eyes didn't seem to be lying. Ji Kaihui suddenly felt extremely disappointed. She thought she could become a real Taoist partner with Lu Chen today, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen still didn't come with his real body. Ji Kaihui said, "Your puppets have the strength of yin and yang realm, so wouldn't your real body be even more powerful? Are you a cultivator in the God transformation realm?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's not the case. There are no cultivators in the God transformation realm in the Xiang world so far." Ji Kaihui thought to herself and felt that if a cultivator in the God transformation realm appeared in the Xiang world, the Tianji pavilion would probably find it at the first time. But then again, maybe there are cultivators in the God transformation realm in the Tianji pavilion? Ji Kaihui glanced at Lu Chen, and then denied this idea in her heart again. Lu Chen didn't look like those old antiques in the Tianji pavilion. Lu Chen's body was not here, and he used a puppet to touch her body. Those old antiques in the Tianji pavilion had no interest in women, so they shouldn't do such things. Lu Chen took Ji Kaihui's hand at this time, and then hugged Ji Kaihui's body in turn, and walked towards the soft couch in the room. After arriving at the soft couch, Lu Chen sat on the couch first, and then he put Ji Kaiyu's body on his legs and sat. Then, he continued in Ji Kaiyu's ear, "Kaiyu, I just calculated that I should come to Black Moon City within 3 years." Hearing this, Ji Kaiyu was stunned for a moment. 3 years? For a cultivator like her, 3 years can be said to be very short. Some cultivators retreat for 10 years, and 3 years is just a blink of an eye. Ji Kaiyu turned her head slightly, stared into the eyes of the puppet Lu Chen, and asked in disbelief, "Are you telling the truth?" Lu Chen said, "If there is no accident, my body will definitely come to Black Moon City within 3 years. Now that the real master of Xuanyu Palace has come to Tianchen world, Lu Chen believes that he will be able to capture Yun Qingshu in a while. Even if he doesn't make Yun Qingshu his woman, he can make Yun Qingshu feel good about him. After solving the matter of Xuanyu Palace, he will immediately take the disciples of the Black Dragon Holy Land into the Xiang world. At that time, he will deal with the demon sealed in the demon sealing Forbidden Land." Lu Chen thought about it, and it should take less than 3 years. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Ji Kaiyu was a little excited. 3 years, and 3 years. In 3 years, she can become Lu Chen's real Taoist partner. Just when Ji Kaiyu was distracted, Lu Chen suddenly said, "By the way, I will teach you 2 techniques." Ji Kaiyu asked curiously, "What techniques?" As soon as Ji Kaiyu finished speaking, a golden light shot out from the forehead of the puppet Lu Chen, and then the techniques of King Mu Chong Sheng Gong and Zhang Moju appeared in Ji Kaiyu's mind. When Ji Kaiyu saw these 2 techniques, she was stunned in Lu Chen's arms. Ji Kaiyu opened her mouth slightly, her pupils contracted, and her face was full of shock. One technique can suppress the devil, and the other is a saint-level technique, which can even bring people back to life when practiced to perfection. How is this possible? When did such a powerful technique appear in the Xiang world? Especially the King Mu Chong Sheng Gong, she had never heard of it, and it seemed that Tianji Pavilion did not have such a heaven-defying technique. After an unknown period of time, Ji Kaiyu came back to her senses, and her attention was focused on the burial demon technique. At the beginning, she chose Lu Chen as her Taoist partner because she wanted a sword technique that could restrain the devil's energy. However, it now seems that Lu Chen's ability to restrain the devil's energy is not based on the exorcism sword technique, but on this technique called the burial demon technique. Ever since Lu Chen told Nangang Qinja that he could restrain the devil's energy because of his special physique, she actually never thought about Lu Chen's exorcism sword technique. She even believed what Lu Chen said. As a result, Lu Chen really took out a technique that could restrain the devil's energy. If you practice the burial demon technique, even if you encounter a demon with the power of the devil in the future, you will have the strength to fight. Ji Kaiyu looked at Lu Chen's face at this time. Lu Chen, where did you get such a precious technique?" Lu Chen was able to use a saint-level technique, and it was a technique she had never heard of, which proved that Lu Chen's identity was more complicated than she imagined. Ji Kaiyu's heart was suddenly filled with worry. Lu Chen was such a powerful existence, and the strength of a puppet exceeded her body. Would he really like her? And did he really regard her as a Taoist partner? At first, she thought Lu Chen was a prince of a dynasty, or a genius of a certain force, so she didn't dare to tell her his true identity because she was afraid that someone would target him. Now it seems that her guess is still too conservative. Seeing Ji Kaiyu's cautious look, Lu Chen smiled and said, "There are some things I can't tell you for the time being, but what I can tell you is that I have many subordinates in the Wanfa realm." Have subordinates in the Wanfa realm? Ji Kaiyu felt that her brain was not enough. Wanfa realm can only be Lu Chen's subordinates, then Lu Chen's true identity. Would Lu Chen not be the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion? Ji Kaiyu simply asked directly, Are you the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion?" Lu Chen laughed and then said, "Don't guess randomly, I'm not that old, maybe I'm not even older than you. Ji Kaihuyu looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. She didn't believe that Lu Chen was so strong, but he was younger than her. After being shocked, Ji Kaihuyu took a deep breath. At first, she just wanted to use Lu Chen's exorcism swordsmanship, but she didn't expect to encounter such a strong existence. She was in trouble. She didn't believe that Lu Chen, who was so powerful and had such a deep background, would not have a Taoist partner. In other words, it is very likely that she is not Lu Chen's first Taoist partner, nor will she be the last. But now that she has established a relationship with Lu Chen, and Lu Chen has given her such a heaven-defying skill like the saint level, she will most likely be completely bound to Lu Chen in the future. Even if Lu Chen has other Taoist partners, she can only accept it. Thinking of this, Ji Kaihuyu felt a little sad, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. Lu Chen had other Taoist partners, so she had other Taoist partners. She was just an ordinary cultivator. It was already very good to be able to be a Taoist partner with someone like Lu Chen. There was no need for her to ask for too much. Seeing Ji Kaihuyu fall into a long silence and not speaking, Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Kaihuyu asked, "Lu Chen, tell me truthfully, do you have many Taoist partners?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Seeing Lu Chen stunned for a moment, Ji Kaihuyu sighed again. Sure enough, as she thought, she was definitely not Lu Chen's first Taoist partner, and definitely not the last one. Lu Chen did not directly answer Ji Kaihuyu's question, but said, "Kaihuyu, I really like you. If I don't have any feelings for you, do you think I will teach you the saint-level skills and the burial demon technique?" Ji Kaihuyu looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "I don't care how many Taoist partners you have, but since we have become Taoist partners, you have to be responsible for me." Lu Chen immediately understood what Ji Kaihuyu said. Ji Kaihuyu accepted that he had other wives and concubines. Then Lu Chen smiled and said, "This is natural. Not to mention being responsible for you, even if you want to leave me in the future, I will not let you go. You can only be my Taoist partner in this life." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Kaihuyu felt much better. Although she also felt that Lu Chen was talking nonsense, she was willing to believe what Lu Chen said. At the same time, she was comforting herself in her heart. Even if Lu Chen really abandoned her one day, she would not lose anything. After all, she obtained the saint-level skills and the burial demon technique. Any of these two things could turn the Xiang world upside down. Chapter 768 Attitudes of All Parties. What happened in Black Moon City spread quickly throughout the Xiang world. There were too many witnesses to Lu Chen's easy killing of the demon envoy, so it could not be concealed. In addition, many forces had heard that Lu Chen had the exorcist sword technique, so they sent many spies to Black Moon City to inquire about the situation. Those spies also witnessed what happened. Before the next day, those spies had sent the news back to their respective forces. The Great Xia Dynasty. In the court, the Chu Emperor sat on the dragon throne, his face pale, without a trace of blood. At this time, the ministers in the hall did not dare to speak. They had always thought that the Chu Emperor was a useless emperor who could not even maintain the integrity of the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. As a result, after the Black Moon City incident was exposed, the ministers realized that they had underestimated the Chu Emperor. The national teacher beside the Chu Emperor was actually a demon envoy of the Wanfa realm, and even the owner of the Blood Rainbow Square was not his opponent. If it were not for Lu Chen, who was even more against the sky, it would not take long for the Chu Emperor to clear out all those who opposed him. It's a pity that this happened suddenly. It was a great thing for the ministers of the Great Xia Dynasty, but they didn't cheer for it because they realized that the King of Chu was hiding his abilities. A demon envoy has been following the King of Chu. Who can the King of Chu be? Will the King of Chu also become a demon cultivator? or even a demon envoy. In the absence of external forces to conquer the king of Chu, the ministers of the Great Chu dynasty and those separatist forces became honest all of a sudden. The king of Chu glanced at the ministers in the court, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Deputy City Lord Lu killed a demon for the Great Chu and prevented the people of the Great Chu from suffering. How do you think I should reward him?" The tone of the king of Chu was obviously full of unwillingness. Although he had always wanted to get rid of the control of the old demon Xiao Qinjue, he didn't expect Xiao Qinjue to be eliminated so quickly, and the key was that he also exposed his identity as the national teacher of the Great Chu dynasty. Now all the major forces in the Xiang world probably already know that Xiao Qinjue, the Great Chu state master, is a demon envoy. Maybe some forces will attack the Great Chu dynasty in the name of a demon slayer. At this time, the Chu emperor wanted to destroy Lu Chen with his own hands. Of course, he also knew his own weight. Even Xiao Qinjue, the old demon, was not Lu Chen's identity. He would probably be killed in front of Lu Chen. He now suspected that Lu Chen was also from the Xia dynasty. Although the Xia dynasty was in civil strife, the Xia dynasty had always been more concerned about the situation of the demon sealing Forbidden Land. Maybe it was because the unusual movement of the demon sealing Forbidden Land attracted the attention of the Xia dynasty, so Lu Chen was specially sent here. After the Chu emperor finished speaking, the ministers in the hall still did not speak. The whole hall was extremely dull. They also heard the unwillingness in the Chu emperor's tone and the hatred for Lu Chen, so they did not dare to stand up and touch the bad luck. At this time, the hall was extremely quiet and dull. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. The ministers' sweat kept flowing from their foreheads to their necks. After an unknown amount of time, a minister finally stood up and said tremblingly, "This old minister believes that Deputy City Lord Lu is powerful and has made such great contributions. He has eliminated a major threat to the Great Chu dynasty and has made great contributions to the entire Xiang world. He should be crowned king." Hearing the word crown king, all the ministers' eyes were focused on this minister. People couldn't help but think that this old guy was really bold. Crown king? Didn't you see that the king of Chu was angry and his tone was obviously that he wanted to kill Lu Chen, and you actually said that Lu Chen should be crowned king? Just when almost all the ministers thought that the minister who proposed the title of king was going to be in trouble, the emperor of Chu said, "What Zhang Yiking said makes sense. Deputy City Lord Lu has made such great contributions and is indeed qualified to be crowned king." At this point, the emperor of Chu said to the eunuchs under the dragon platform, "Draft an edict. Lu Chen is very powerful." Seeing that the emperor of Chu actually crowned Lu Chen as a king, the ministers were stunned. But soon people realized that the emperor of Chu did not really want to reward Lu Chen, but had to reward Lu Chen. Rewarding Lu Chen was just for other dynasties and other forces to see. Now that the national teachers of the Great Chu dynasty are all demon envoys, people in the world will definitely suspect whether the emperor of Chu has any relationship with demon cultivators. Since Lu Chen is a hero who eliminated the demon envoy, the Great Chu dynasty must reward him. If there is no reward, wouldn't it be confirmed that the relationship between the royal family of the Great Chu dynasty and the demon cultivators? Rewarding Lu Chen is just to express an attitude to other dynasties and forces. At the same time, Xiao dynasty, Council Hall. Nangang Yuehua, wearing a bright red phoenix robe and a phoenix crown, sat on a huge phoenix chair and glanced at the silent ministers in the hall. After a while, Nangang Yuehua said, "I believe that you have heard about what happened in Black Moon City. What do you think the Xiao dynasty should do about what happened in Black Moon City?" As soon as the voice fell, a minister stood up and said, "Since the state teacher of the Great Chu dynasty is a demon envoy, the royal family of the Great Chu dynasty must have some inextricable relationship with the demon cultivators. I think we should immediately send troops to attack the Great Chu dynasty and destroy those demon cultivators to prevent them from bringing greater disasters to the world." I also agree with General Qin's words. We should send troops early before the demon cultivators bring more trouble to this world. Moreover, the Great Xia Dynasty and the demon-sealed Forbidden Land are close to each other. If we do nothing, the Great Xia Dynasty the Xia Dynasty colludes with the demons, and sooner or later the demons will be released. By then it will be too late for us to send troops to destroy the demon cultivators. Then many ministers also stood up and expressed their intention to send troops to attack the Xia Dynasty, but Nangang Yuehua did not say anything immediately. Her red eyes scanned the ministers in the hall, seeming to be thinking about something. When she received the news from Black Moon City, like most people, her first reaction was shock. She also knew that Lu Chen had the ability to restrain demonic energy, but she did not expect that Lu Chen could use his personal strength to kill a demon of the 10,000 magic realm with the power of a demon. She remembered that the last time she went to Black Moon City, she saw Lu Chen's strength at the early stage of the creation realm. How could he break through to the yin-yang realm in such a short period of time? Moreover, the yin-yang realm can kill the demon envoys of the 10,000 Dharma realm across levels, and the number of enemies it can kill at higher levels is too much. Is this person really just because of his special physique? According to eyewitnesses, even the owner of Sui Hongfang, including her sister, was no match for Xiao Qinjue, but Lu Chen was able to crush Xiao Qinjue right out of the gate. Has Lu Chen's control over demonic energy reached such a terrifying level? If Lu Chen were to deal with the demon, would the effect be as obvious? At this time, the main hall was still discussing the sending of troops to the Xia Dynasty. After Nangang Yuehua came back to his senses, he said, "This Lu Chen killed a demon envoy of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Although he was not from the Xiao Dynasty, but he has indirectly contributed to the Xiao Dynasty. How do you think I should reward him?" After hearing what Nangang Yuehua said, "Ministers, look at me and I look at you. The matter of sending troops has not been discussed yet, but the Queen suddenly proposed to reward a casual cultivator who was not from the Xiao Dynasty. What is there to reward? Although this casual cultivator has indeed contributed to the Xiang world, it is also for himself, and Black Moon City is not the territory of the Xiao Dynasty." At this time, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that this Lu Chen possesses exorcism sword skills. He was able to kill a demon envoy in the 10,000 Dharma realm with his cultivation in the yin and yang realm. He must have relied on this set of sword skills. Now that the seal of the demonic Forbidden Land has been loosened, the demon may break through the seal at any time. Lu Chen's exorcism sword technique is very important to us. If we want to seal the demon again, we must have this sword technique. I feel someone should be sent to invite Lu Chen to the Xiao Dynasty and force Lu Chen to hand over this sword technique." Nangang Yuehua glanced indifferently at the minister who asked Lu Chen to hand over the exorcism sword technique, and then said coldly, "I am asking you to discuss how to reward him, but you want me to force him to Xiao Dynasty, force him to hand over the exorcism sword technique. If you let me force a hero who just killed the demon envoy, what will the people of the world think of me in the future? You are trying to trap me in injustice." As soon as the words fell, the pressure on Nangang Yuehua was released instantly, and the minister instantly knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, please forgive me, Your Majesty, please forgive me, I only serve the Xiao Dynasty and have no other thoughts." Nangang Yuehua snorted coldly and was about to continue saying something. Suddenly, a maid came to the fengtai despite Nangang Yuehua's pressure and whispered something in Nangang Yuehua's ear. Nangang Yuehua immediately put away the pressure on his body, and then said, "I still have something to do today. Let's go back and write a letter about the reward and hand it over." The Xiao Dynasty has always been the #1 force leading the world's monks to fight against the demons. Don't let this happen. The whole world is heartbroken. After the words fell, Nangang Yuehua stood up directly, walked out of the political hall, dragging his red phoenix robe. After Nangang Yuehua left, the ministers in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still very dissatisfied with Nangang Yuehua. Reward? What's there to reward? Just a casual cultivator. That's right, that person is just lucky and has a set of exorcism sword skills. If our soldiers from the Xia Dynasty also have exorcism sword skills, they may also be able to kill the demon envoys in the 10,000 magic realm. It's really a woman's kindness. The Xia Dynasty is the first dynasty. Why should we care about what the world thinks? I said from the beginning that it was inappropriate for a woman to rule. These ministers seemed not to take Nangang Yuehua seriously at all, and started talking about Nangang Yuehua directly in the main hall. At this time, Nangang Yuehua has arrived at the Imperial Garden. In the pavilion in the Imperial Garden, there is an old man sitting. The old man is holding a teacup and savoring the tea carefully. Chapter 769 Xiang World is about to face a catastrophe. Seeing the old man, Nangang Yuehua instantly moved to the pavilion, and then directly said, I wonder why Pavilion Master Gong Gai came to my Xiao dynasty. The old man in the pavilion was Gong Gai Liangpeng, the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion is also known as Tianji Tower. Their main way of cultivation is to spy on the secrets of heaven. In terms of overall strength, the real first power in this world is none other than Tianji Pavilion. Of course, Tianji Pavilion rarely participates in secular affairs and is still a relatively neutral force. Only when the Xiang world encounters a particularly large disaster, will Tianji Pavilion enter the world as a whole. As the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion, Gong Gai Liangpeng personally came to meet the Emperor of the First Secular Dynasty. He must have important things to discuss. Gong Gai Liangpeng put down the teacup in his hand, then looked up at Nangang Yuehua and said, Your Majesty, do you know that Xiang world is about to be annihilated? Hearing this, Nangang Yuehua frowned slightly. A catastrophic disaster? Could it be that the demons in the forbidden land of demons are about to break the seal? Nangang Yuehua still has more confidence in the ability of Tianji Pavilion to spy on the secrets of heaven. As the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion, Gong Gai Liangpeng would not come here to lie to her for no reason. Since he said there was a catastrophe, it proved that there was a high probability that something would happen in Xiang world next. After Nangang Yuehua came to her senses, she asked directly, Is the heavenly demon about to break the seal? Gong Gai Liangpeng smiled faintly, and then replied, According to my calculations, the enemies of Xiang world are likely to be stronger than the heavenly demon in the forbidden land of demons. Nangang Yuehua frowned. She thought that the heavenly demon was about to break the seal, so there would be a disaster in this world. It's not the heavenly demon? And it's stronger than the heavenly demon? How is this possible? Could it be? Nangang Yuehua thought of something instantly. What want for realm cultivators? They have the ability to open up the world channel and go directly to another world, so they know very well that there are other worlds outside Xiang world. Moreover, Nangang Yuehua had already noticed that the Xiang world had collided with a certain world, but the collision occurred in the forbidden land of demons, so the want for realm cultivators in the Xiang world had not paid any attention to it. Even if they were want for realm cultivators, they could not go to the forbidden land of demons to investigate the situation. Although the heavenly demon was sealed, the heavenly demon still had various means to influence the cultivators. If they rashly entered the forbidden land of demons, they would probably be affected by the heavenly demon. If they were lucky, at most they would be easily possessed by the demons during their cultivation, but if they were unlucky, they might be directly controlled by the heavenly demon and become its lackeys. Nangang Yuehua then asked, Is the world that collided with the Xiang world a high-level cultivation world? Only a high-level cultivation world could produce a strong person who surpassed the heavenly demon. Gong Gai Liangpeng said, My calculations show that the strong person did not come from the next world, but from a place farther away. Nangang Yuehua was slightly stunned. Not from the next world? From a place farther away? Although she was not clear about the position of Xiang world in the universe, she also knew that Xiang world was definitely just an inconspicuous low-level cultivation world compared to the entire universe. Some people from their world had left, and outsiders had entered this world, bringing a lot of information from other worlds to this world. It is said that even the emperor who created the Great Xia Dynasty came from other worlds, so even if Nangang Yuehua had never left Xiang world, she knew that Xiang world was actually of no value to those strong people. How could a worthless cultivation world attract the arrival of super strong people? After Nangang Yuehua fell silent, Gongai Liangpeng continued, "Your Majesty must have heard that there was a Yin-Yang realm cultivator in Black Moon City who easily killed the Wanfa realm demon envoy." Nangang Yuehua asked, "Yes, Master Gongai means that Lu Chen is related to that strong man." Gongai Liangpeng said, "Tianji Pavilion knew about the existence of Lu Chen a long time ago, and also knew that he could restrain the demonic energy, so we immediately sent people to Black Moon City to monitor him, and I also personally calculated his origins. However..." Speaking of this, Gongai Liangpeng paused for a moment, and then continued, "However, the old every time I try to figure out his origins, I get backlash from the heavens, and everything about him is impossible to figure out, as if something is protecting him. Plus, he can control the devil energy. Since he can control the devil energy, the people behind him are likely to have the means to control the devil energy, so I judge that he is probably not from the Xiang world, but from another world. Maybe he is someone sent by a powerful person to explore the Xiang world." After hearing what Gongai Liangpeng said, Nangang Yuehua frowned again, her face full of worry. She was very curious at the beginning, why someone could control the devil energy. Especially after she met Lu Chen in person, she felt that Lu Chen was extremely strange. First of all, he had no heartbeat, and his body seemed to be fine. The most important thing was that Lu Chen didn't show any fear when he saw her. You know, when she met Lu Chen was only at the level of creation realm. It was very strange that a cultivator at the level of creation realm was not afraid of her at all. Even if Lu Chen has the Tianji Pavilion behind him, the creation realm disciples of the Tianji Pavilion should be wary of him, the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Thinking about it now, Lu Chen's backstage was probably even tougher, so he wasn't afraid of her at all and didn't take her seriously at all. At this time, the pavilion became extremely quiet. Gongai Liangpeng did not continue talking, and Nangang Yuehua also fell into silence. The matter with the heavenly demon has not yet been resolved, and the seal of the demonic forbidden land is about to be broken. As a result, an invader from another world appears at this time. The most important thing is that this intruder may be even more powerful than the heavenly demon. It is already very difficult for the Xiang world to deal with the heavenly demon, and with the arrival of a being more powerful than the heavenly demon, I am afraid that all forces combined may not be able to defeat any powerful invader. Time passed by, and after Nangang Yuehua was silent for a long time, he asked, "What does Pavilion Master Gongai plan to do?" With the strength of Gongai Pavilion Master, it seems not impossible to take the entire Tianji Pavilion out of Xiang world. Monks in the 10,000 Dharma realm can directly build world passages and leave the world where they are. Moreover, Tianji Pavilion has some special magic circles. It is relatively easy to build a stable transmission passage to leave this world. Moreover, Nangang Yuehua has long felt that Tianji Pavilion is incompatible with Xiang world. They are not like forces in this world at all. Nangang Yuehua has long suspected that Tianji Pavilion actually comes from other higher cultivation worlds, such as Tianji Pavilion. Existence, you can run away at any time if you want, so Tianji Pavilion does not need to care about the life and death of other forces in Xiang world. Hearing Nangang Yuehua's words, Gongai Liangpeng smiled lightly, and then said, "Your Majesty, you are overthinking. Our Tianji Pavilion has no intention of abandoning the Xiang world, and our Tianji Pavilion will face this crisis together with other forces in the Xiang world." Nangang Yuehua said, "In order to seal the heavenly demon, all the cultivators in the divine transformation realm in the Xiang world fell. Now the heavenly demon is about to break the seal, and another existence more powerful than the heavenly demon has appeared. But now there is no one in the Xiang world. It may not be easy for one person to break through this crisis. Gongai Liangpeng said, it is indeed not easy, but if there is a head-on conflict between the demon and that strong man, we are not without hope of sealing them both. As soon as these words came out, Nangang Yuehua was stunned. This is true, although the strong man calculated by Tianji Pavilion is more powerful than the demon is a demon after all, and the demon is born to restrain the monks. If the two of them collide head-on, it is very likely that both will suffer losses. At that time, other forces in Xiang world will be able to take advantage of them both being seriously injured and seal them at the same time. It is indeed not easy to kill a being who is stronger than the demon, but if it is just a seal, it is still possible for them to do it, so it is not without hope for them to survive this crisis. Only, Nangang Yuehua said, if there is to be a conflict between the heavenly demon and that strong man, the heavenly demon must be released. If the heavenly demon not only refuses to be an enemy of that strong man, but turns his head against Xiang world, then wouldn't there be too many of us? Two powerful enemies. Gongai Liangpeng said, that Lu Chen can restrain the demon's power. If the person behind Lu Chen also has such power, do you think that demon will still stand on their side? Nangang Yuehua thought for a while and felt that it made sense. The demons themselves were arrogant. How could they form an alliance with a being who restrained their own power? They were afraid of threats and would definitely find ways to get rid of those who would threaten them. Gongai Liangpeng continued, I have sent people to keep an eye on Lu Chen. The strong man behind Lu Chen should show up in a few years. At that time, I hope that your majesty can help Tianji Pavilion and take the initiative to break the demon-sealed forbidden area. The seal releases the demon. Nangang Yuehua did not immediately respond to Gongai Liangpeng's words. She fell into deep thought. If there really was an enemy stronger than the demon, this might be the only way they could do it. What a crazy idea to use demons to deal with invaders. They used to be afraid that the demon would break through the seal, but now they actually want to take the initiative to break the seal for the demon. If the devil turns his back, it will definitely be a bigger disaster for the world. Nangang Yuehua confirmed, is everything the Master Gongai said today true? Gongai Liangpeng knew that Nangang Yuehua would not believe it, so he said, I know that your majesty will not believe this easily, but according to my calculation, within 5 years, that strong man will appear in the Xiang world. Waiting for that strong man when the emperor comes, your majesty will understand whether what I said is true. At that time, it will not be too late for your majesty to decide whether to cooperate with Tianji Pavilion to lift the seal of the demon. End of chapter. Chapter 770. No matter what you think, it must end tomorrow. After Gongai Liangpeng left, Nangang Yuehua still sat on the stone bench in the pavilion and meditated. If all this is really as Gongai Liangpeng said, then are they really going to take the initiative to break the seal of the demon? This is too risky. How could a strong person come and invade a low-level cultivation world like Xiang world? Nangang Yuehua thought for a long time, and she finally planned to send some people to Black Moon City to monitor Lu Chen to see if Lu Chen made any special moves. Gongai Liangpeng also said that it would not be too late for them to break the seal of the demon together when the strong man came to the Xiang world, so they would wait until the strong man came to the Xiang world. Thinking of this, Nangang Yuehua began to draft an edict. A few days later, Black Moon City. Lu Chen was patrolling on top of the city tower. Suddenly a soldier ran up to Lu Chen and said, Deputy City Lord, there is an imperial edict. Lu Chen said directly to the soldiers, lead the way. Soon Lu Chen followed the soldiers to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the eunuch responsible for delivering the order was already waiting for Lu Chen's arrival with great respect. The eunuch delivering the decree this time was not like the one who dropped the decree and ran away last time. After all, Lu Chen was a being who could kill demons in the 10,000 Dharma realm. The eunuch delivering the decree would never dare to offend such a person. After Lu Chen came to the eunuch, he asked directly, I heard that your majesty has a decree. The eunuch quickly smiled and said, "Yes, Deputy City Lord Lu." Having said this, the eunuch took a look at Lu Chen and found that Lu Chen was still standing upright, as if he had no intention of kneeling down to receive the order. The eunuch immediately thought of Lu Chen's strength, so he no longer worried about whether Lu Chen was standing or kneeling. He directly opened the imperial edict and began to read it out. By God's decree, the emperor has decreed that Lu Chen is powerful, and seals off the northern king. After reading the imperial edict, the eunuch handed the imperial edict in front of Lu Chen with both hands. "King Zhenbei, congratulations." After receiving the imperial edict, Lu Chen smiled. He did not expect that he would be crowned king so quickly in this world. His promotion speed was really not that fast. At this time, the eunuch said, "King Zhenbei, if there is nothing else, I will go back first." Lu Chen said, "Okay, father-in-law, walk slowly." After Lu Chen finished speaking, the old eunuch immediately returned to the flying boat with the young eunuchs who had delivered the order, and then quickly left Black Moon City. After the eunuch who delivered the order left, Ji Kaihuyu came to Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, your status is higher than mine now." Lu Chen turned to look into Ji Kaihuyu's eyes and smiled slightly, "This kind of throne is dispensable to me. He is already the emperor and the master of Tianchen world. He doesn't care at all what the use of such a throne is." Seeing that Lu Chen didn't care about the throne given by the Xia Dynasty, Ji Kaihuyu thought in her heart that it was exactly what she thought. Lu Chen didn't even pay attention to the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Naturally, he didn't like this kind of throne. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Chu Yu, I'm going to break through. I'm going back first." After the words fell, the puppet Lu Chen returned directly to his room. Ji Kaihuyu understood that the breakthrough Lu Chen meant was the breakthrough of his body. When Lu Chen's body breaks through, Lu Chen's control over the puppet will be weakened, so Lu Chen will advance in advance. "Let your puppet return to the room." But, seeing the leaving figure of the puppet Lu Chen, Ji Kaihuyu was a little curious. Did Lu Chen's breakthrough happen so frequently? She remembered that Lu Chen seemed to have only broken through once yesterday. Why did he break through again? Is his body cultivation really improving so fast? Ji Kaihuyu then thought about it. Lu Chen, a person who could produce holy level skills, must have more cultivation resources than she could imagine. Breaking through every 3 days might not be impossible for him. At the same time, after Lu Chen controlled the puppet to return to the room, his attention returned to the main body. At this time, a maid reported outside Yongxiangxian's palace, "Your Majesty, the ferry boats from Suanyu Palace have arrived in Tianchen world one after another." Lu Chen asked, "Did those immortal boats do anything?" The maid replied, "No, the ferry boat is just parked opposite the ferry boat in the Black Dragon Holy Land without any action." Lu Chen thought in his heart that Yun Qingshu would not continue to cause trouble for him, and he didn't know why she didn't leave yet. At this time, Lu Chen raised his arms and held down Yun Xiangxian's buttocks to prevent her from moving around. Yun Xianxian slowly raised her upper body and looked down at Lu Chen with a charming and silky look in her eyes. It seemed full of doubts. Lu Chen said at this time, "Master, why do I feel that Master has not given up yet and still wants to take you back?" Yongxian said feebly, "Take it back? Now that my fairy body has been broken by you, and you have played with me in various ways, what's the use of taking it back? Whether treating her as a daughter or a clone, she seems to be of little use to Yun Qingshu. If it were her daughter, she already had her heart set on her. Even if she was snatched back, her heart would not be in Suanyu Palace. If she is used as a clone, it will be even more worthless. On the one hand, the body of the fairy spirit has been broken, and on the other hand, she has lost her virginity. If she merges with her, wouldn't Yun Qingshu also lose her virginity? Well, Yun Qingshu probably wouldn't do that." Lu Chen said, "If she didn't plan to take you back, why hasn't she left Tianchen world yet? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yun Xianxian said sarcastically, doesn't this just fit your thoughts? Lu Chen looked at Yun Xiangxian's cold and beautiful face, and laughed, Xiener is jealous again. Yun Xianxian said coldly, don't I know what you are thinking? It's a pity that she has the cultivation of the spiritual transformation realm, and you may not be able to succeed. Lu Chen said, that's not necessarily true. As soon as Lu Chen said it, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. Lu Chen was about to quibble, but he saw Yun Xianxian exuding a wisp of cold air. I knew you were thinking that way. She and I look so similar, do you have to add another woman like me? Lu Chen smiled and said, didn't you say you are you and she is she? Yun Xianxian said coldly, you are just a bastard. Lu Chen was about to appease Yun Xianxian, only to see Yun Xianxian move again, and then Yun Xianxian said in a commanding tone, let go of your hand. Lu Chen smiled slightly, and said nothing more, and directly let go of the hand that was pressing on Yun Xiangxian's buttocks, letting Yun Xianxian do whatever she wanted. Yun Xianxian leaned over again and blocked Lu Chen's mouth, and then kissed Lu Chen while practicing the Yexian Nu Gong. The master-disciple relationship between the two was completely torn apart, and Yun Xianxian herself became one of the dogs and bitches that Yun Xianxian had said in the past. In the past, what Yun Xianxian couldn't stand the most was Lu Chen's women indulging Lu Chen, thinking that they only knew how to do that kind of thing with Lu Chen, and there was no difference between them and animals. Now Yun Xianxian has become the most proactive one. In the next few months, Yun Xianxian almost never let go of Lu Chen. Both of them have reached the realm of all laws. It is okay to not eat or drink for decades. It is normal to be in seclusion for hundreds of years. There will be no discomfort for the two of them to be together for a few months. After all, they are also practicing. However, this annoyed Yun Qingshu. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to lean over Yun Xianxian and find out about Lu Chen. As a result, Yun Xianxian has been colluding with Lu Chen to do dirty things in order to retaliate against her. Although she has been restraining herself and trying to prevent Yun Xiangxian's clone from affecting her, she still has some strange feelings from time to time. She naturally understands what this feeling is. Her clone is crazy. In order to retaliate against her, he is willing to take the initiative to become Lu Chen's container and become Lu Chen's plaything. Yun Qingshu does not intend to drag it on. She is ready to have a good talk with Lu Chen again. Since Lu Chen was also from the ancient era, they didn't necessarily have to be enemies. Although Lu Chen had broken her clone's innocence, she had originally intended to train this clone as her daughter, so it wasn't completely her clone. She thought of it as marrying her daughter to Lu Chen. As survivors of the ancient era, they should consider how to survive the catastrophe of the universe again. She woke up too late. Now that more than half of this era has passed, the catastrophe will soon come again. They must find a way to survive the catastrophe. Since Lu Chen was also a person who had experienced the catastrophe, he must have rich experience, and the two could completely exchange their respective experiences. At this moment, Yun Xianxian sat astride Lu Chen, looking down at Lu Chen, and still didn't let Lu Chen get up. After experiencing the feeling of controlling Lu Chen, Yun Xianxian had become addicted to this feeling. She felt that this man had been completely conquered by her. Of course, this was just her illusion. At this moment, Yun Xiangxian's brain suddenly froze, and her originally purple pupils instantly turned red. Lu Chen raised his hand and wanted to touch Yun Xiangxian's body, but as soon as he raised his hand, he found that Yun Xiangxian's eyes turned red. Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. Lu Chen's hand stopped in mid-air. Seeing Lu Chen's hand touching Yun Xiangxian's body, Yun Qingshu said coldly, "You are forcing me to destroy my clone." Lu Chen hurriedly said, "Master, this is none of my business. It was Xiener who insisted on doing this. You see, she pressed me down and didn't let me get up." What can I do? Yun Qingshu looked at Lu Chen expressionlessly and said, with your strength, you can easily push her away. Lu Chen said, Xian'er is my wife. She wants to enjoy it. As her husband, how can I refuse her? If I refuse her, wouldn't it hurt her heart? Yun Qingshu said directly in an imperative tone, I don't care what you think, it must end tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 771. It seems that you really think they are all fools. Hearing Yun Qingshu's words, Lu Chen just smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. He asked directly, I wonder why Master came today. Isn't Master trying to spy on me and Xian'er having sex as husband and wife? Yun Qingshu said coldly, I can give up her clone and let her be with you. Lu Chen asked with a smile, then what are the conditions? Lu Chen didn't believe that Yun Qingshu would be so willing to take the initiative to give Yun Xiangxian's clone to him. Yun Qingshu must have some conditions. Yun Qingshu said, since you are a survivor of the ancient era, you should be very familiar with what happened in the ancient era. I am very curious about how you escaped the catastrophe and survived. Lu Chen said, but now my strength has been sealed, and my memory has been lost. I only remember that I am a survivor of the ancient era, and I don't know what catastrophe happened in the ancient era. Yun Qingshu was silent for a moment, looked at Lu Chen, and then said, I will provide you with some things you need. When your memory recovers, you can tell me everything you know. The great disaster of this era is coming soon. Since you have already escaped once, I believe that you still have some abilities. Cooperation is the best choice for us. Lu Chen felt a little helpless. He had just left Novice Village, so why was there another disaster now? Then Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, System, what is the great disaster Yun Qingshu mentioned? The system replied, the host does not have permission to know yet. Hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen laughed, then came back to his senses and looked at Yun Qingshu's red pupils and said, okay, I promise Master, once my memory is restored, I will immediately find Master and bring him back. Tell Master everything I know. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Yun Qingshu reminded again, although I have given Xian'er to you, I still want to remind you that no matter what dual cultivation method you practice, it cannot be as important as your own cultivation. People who are addicted to women will never be able to break through to the great emperor. If the catastrophe comes, you are not even an emperor, let alone survive the catastrophe. You will only become food for those monsters under the catastrophe. After Yun Qingshu finished speaking, his spiritual consciousness left Yun Xiangxian's body, and Yun Xiangxian's consciousness took control of his body again. When Yun Xianxian came back to her senses, she instantly understood that her body had been controlled by Yun Qingshu again. Her purple pupils looked straight at Lu Chen under her, and she asked coldly, did that woman come again just now? Hearing this question, Lu Chen burst out laughing. Yun Xianxian now calls Yun Qingshu that woman. Her resentment towards Yun Qingshu must be too deep. Lu Chen then said, well, here we come. Yun Xianxian continued to ask, what is she doing here again? Could it be that she also wants to experience this feeling? Lu Chen said, that's not true. Master came to me for serious reasons. Yun Xianxian said coldly, if she has any serious business, she can come to you. Having said this, Yun Xiangxian's eyes swept across Lu Chen's face, and then continued, you must be very excited after that woman possessed me. Seeing Yun Xian's jealousy, Lu Chen said with a smile, Xian'er, I didn't do anything just now. Master just came here mainly to make a deal with me. Yun Xianxian asked curiously, deal? What deal? Lu Chen was about to answer when he suddenly remembered that Yun Xianxian didn't know about the ancient era. Although Yun Xianxian was Yun Qingshu's clone, Yun Qingshu still hid many things from Yun Xianxian. Seeing that Lu Chen hesitated and did not tell him what the deal was immediately, Yun Xianxian immediately showed a suspicious look on his face. No deal or no deal, she thought that the woman couldn't stand it anymore, so she came to experience the joy of doing that kind of thing with Lu Chen in person. Just when Yun Xianxian was thinking this, Lu Chen said, "I shouldn't be able to tell you the specific content of that transaction, but Master said that from now on, you will be my woman, and she will never bring it to you again. You take it back." Hearing this, Yun Xianxian was startled again. Is Yun Qingshu willing to give herself to Lu Chen? She was Yun Qingshu's clone. Although she felt that Yun Qingshu would never take her back, she did not expect that Yun Qingshu would give herself to Lu Chen so easily. Yun Xianxian is now more interested in the transaction content between Lu Chen and Yun Qingshu. What kind of transaction can make Yun Qingshu willing to give up his clone? But since Lu Chen didn't tell her directly, Yun Xianxian didn't bother to continue asking. One day she would know what their deal was, and she wasn't in a hurry. Now that Yun Qingshu has decided not to take back her clone, she can be with Lu Chen boldly from now on. At this time, Yung Xiangxian slowly got up from Lu Chen. This was the first time that Yung Xiangxian was separated from Lu Chen in the past few months. She felt that her goal had been achieved, and if she continued like this, they will also fall, so this cultivation should also end. However, as soon as Yungxian stood up, Lu Chen stretched out his arms and hugged Yungxian's delicate body like snow. Yungxian glared at Lu Chen, and then said, "It's been a few months, and it's not enough." Lu Chen said, "Anyway, I don't have anything to do next, so I'll hold you for a while." Having said this, Lu Chen gently pulled Yun Xiangxian's body down and let Yun Xianxian come close to his chest. Yun Xianxian did not resist, and leaned down directly, leaning on Lu Chen's chest, and then wrapped her jade arms around Lu Chen's waist, like a little woman. Yun Xianxian never thought that one day he would become like this. When he thought of the things this traitor had done to him, Yun Xianxian felt both love and hate in his heart. If it weren't for Lu Chen's strength at the beginning, she wouldn't have what she has now, and she would probably be recycled by Yun Qingshu, and even her personality would be merged with Yun Qingshu and cease to exist. In her opinion, it was Lu Chen who occupied her body, which caused Yun Qingshu to no longer have much interest in her clone, so he allowed her to continue to exist independently. Lu Chen said at this time, "Master, I actually have something to confess to you." Yun Xianxian lay on Lu Chen's chest and asked lazily, "What's the matter?" Lu Chen said, "I used a certain method on you, so I easily made you my woman." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Xianxian sneered, "You think I don't know? I've discovered your little tricks a long time ago." Although she didn't notice Lu Chen's tricks at first, since she became Lu Chen's woman, as her contact time with Lu Chen increased, Yun Xianxian also understood how Lu Chen captured the hearts of his women. But even if she knew it, she felt it didn't matter anymore. After all, she couldn't live without Lu Chen at this time. Lu Chen asked, "Master, do you know what methods I used?" Yun Xianxian said calmly, "I didn't notice it at first. I thought that my good impression of you came naturally. After all, your identity is very mysterious. I am also curious about you and want to know what kind of person you are." People. But the day you took over my body, I understood that you must have done something to me. It was either a love poison or some kind of love medicine. So even though I became your woman, I have been thinking about how I fell into the trap in the first place. Recruited. Soon I discovered that your women seem to drink dragon and phoenix tea, and I also asked the maids at Yanchinj Palace, and they said that you planted the dragon and phoenix tree yourself. After knowing this, I stopped asking any more because I already knew what it was all about. Yun Xianxian didn't know whether her feelings for Lu Chen were real or were influenced by Longfeng tea, but she knew one thing. She was very happy with Lu Chen now. Because she was happy, she didn't want to worry about whether her feelings for Lu Chen were true or were influenced by Longfeng tea. This was a traitor to begin with, so it was not surprising that he would use any means against her. She had already acquiesced in Lu Chen's little means and didn't care about it at all. She didn't even bother to delve into the principles. Lu Chen was slightly startled when he heard Yun Xiangxian's words. Yun Xiangxian actually knows the secret of the dragon and phoenix tree? Seeing that Lu Chen didn't speak and fell into silence, Yun Xianxian got up again at this time, put his hands on both sides of Lu Chen's waist, looked into his eyes and said, "Do you really think that all your women are stupid? Do not know at all?" Lu Chen was startled again. It seemed that only Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan knew the secret of the dragon phoenix tree. He had not told anyone else in the past. Seeing Lu Chen's stunned look, Yun Xianxian said coldly, "It seems that you really think that all of them are fools. Maybe others don't know it at first, but as long as I've been with you for a long time, I'll find out your little secret no matter what. Your wives and concubines just don't think it's necessary to expose you." Lu Chen came back to his senses and felt a little depressed. It seemed that he was really stupid about this matter. He really thought that none of his women knew about it. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Since Master already knows the little tricks I used, why does Master plan to continue to stay by my side?" Upon hearing this question, Yun Xiangxian's body instantly released a burst of cold energy, and his purple pupils seemed to emit a strange light. Yun Xianxian asked with a frosty face, "You have violated my innocence, shouldn't you be responsible to the end? I just regard you as my cauldron to increase my cultivation." Seeing Yunxian's duplicity, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Okay, I understand, my wives and concubines also regard me as their furnace." Yun Xianxian said, "That is natural, otherwise why do you think they?" Before Yunxian finished speaking, Lu Chen suddenly turned over, pressed her under him, and stared at her with a fierce look. Yunxian was slightly stunned. "You, what are you doing?" Lu Chen said fiercely, "Treat me as a furnace, right? I want to see who owns whose furnace." End of chapter. Chapter 772. Nan Yan, have you missed me recently? Originally, Lu Chen thought that Yun Xianxian had taken the initiative for a few months, so he would let her go just by hugging her and saying some sweet words, but she actually said that she was her furnace cauldron. He couldn't stand this, so for a while, Lu Chen let Yun Xianxian know who was whose furnace cauldron. In the end, Yun Xianxian was defeated and surrendered to the tyrant Lu Chen, begging for mercy and willing to admit that she was his furnace cauldron. This also made Lu Chen understand that if you want others not to know about some tricks, you must not do them yourself. Moreover, his wives and concubines are smarter than he thinks. Maybe only Zhou Yuyu and Xiao Wenyao are a little stupid and don't know about this. The other wives and concubines probably discovered the secret of the dragon and phoenix tree a long time ago, and have been hiding it in their hearts, pretending to know nothing. Lu Chen decided to find a time to return to the Yanqing palace and ask his wives and concubines to see if they really knew everything. A few months passed in a flash. Xiang World, Black Moon City. Now Black Moon City has become much more prosperous, and more casual cultivators are willing to come to Black Moon City to do business. Lu Chen's deeds have spread. People know that there is a demon in Black Moon City who can restrain the demonic energy and easily kill the demon envoy of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Although it is next to the forbidden land of the demon outside Black Moon City, most casual cultivators think that Black Moon City is safer before the demon breaks the seal. Now even the demon envoy of the 10,000 Dharma realm has appeared. There are countless demon cultivators in the Great Xia Dynasty or the entire Xiang world who are ready to move. No one can say for sure whether there is only one demon cultivator of the 10,000 Dharma realm. What if there are other demon cultivators of the 10,000 Dharma realm? At this time, the City Lord's Mansion. Today's City Lord's Mansion is full of birdsong and flowers, magnificent and spectacular. The entire City Lord's Mansion has been renovated during this period, covering a larger area and more majestic. The current City Lord's Mansion is not only the City Lord's Mansion, but also the Zhenbei Palace. Lu Chen's status and position have surpassed Ji Kaihuyu, and Lu Chen has the final say in the entire Black Moon City. Of course, Lu Chen doesn't like management. Now his fiefdom is still managed by Ji Kaiyu. His puppets lie in the room most of the time. He only controls the puppets to go out for inspection occasionally. His main body is cleaning up Yun Xian. After cleaning up Yun Xian, he also plans to go back to Yanchinj to talk to his woman. He is still quite busy. Lu Chen sometimes reflects on himself. If he didn't have the plug-in system, he might really become a tyrant. He is obsessed with women every day, but he can still manage the Tianchen world in an orderly manner. This is the benefit brought by absolute power. Puppet Lu Chen stood in the pavilion, watching the fish in the pond swimming around. At this time, Ji Kaiyu's voice appeared behind Lu Chen. The king is leisurely. He stays in the mansion every day, either sleeping or watching fish. Ji Kaiyu's tone was a little resentful. Since Lu Chen became the king of Zhenbei, all of Lu Chen's fiefdoms were thrown to her alone to manage. Although she has many years of experience in managing Black Moon City, Lu Chen's fiefdom is much larger than Black Moon City. With so much land at once, her affairs have increased more than tenfold, which makes her very busy every day. Lu Chen, the king of Zhenbei, is different. Now, except for going out for inspection, he almost never leaves the city lord's mansion. It's as if he is not the king of Zhenbei, but Ji Kaiyu is the king of Zhenbei. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Ji Kaiyu in a pink dress, and said with a smile, "My body is recently." Before Lu Chen finished speaking, Ji Kaiyu answered, "The king's body is about to break through again, right?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "How do you know?" Ji Kaiyu curled her lips, "I don't know how many times you have said this." Ji Kaiyu suspected that Lu Chen's body was really breaking through all the time. Although Lu Chen's identity is likely to be very noble, after all, he can take out the saint-level skills, and he can't be an ordinary person, but it's too exaggerated to break through every 3 or 5 days. Lu Chen said, "Kaiyu, we are husband and wife, your business is my business is your business, and you will have to take care of the affairs of the king of Zhenbei." Hearing Lu Chen say that husband and wife are one, Ji Kaiyu's cheeks slightly flushed. Although she also knew that Lu Chen just said this because he didn't want to be in charge, her heart was still throbbing because of this. Ji Kaiyu was too lazy to continue to dwell on this matter, and then she said, "What are you going to do with the maids sent by the Xiao Dynasty?" The Xiao Dynasty said some time ago that Lu Chen had made great contributions to the Xiang world, so it rewarded him with a lot of cultivation resources and even sent him several beautiful maids. Ji Kaiyu has always been hostile to those maids. Those maids are all first class and very beautiful. Ji Kaiyu seriously suspects that the Xiao Dynasty intends to use beauty to win over Lu Chen. Although Ji Kaiyu also knows that with Lu Chen's status, there must be a lot of women, but every time she sees those maids swaying in front of Lu Chen, she can't help but feel jealous. As soon as Ji Kaiyu finished speaking, Lu Chen suddenly came to Ji Kaiyu's side, hugged her delicate body, and asked in her ear, "Madam, how do you want me to deal with those maids?" Hearing the name Madam, Ji Kaiyu blushed again, but when she thought that the one hugging her was just a puppet, Ji Kaiyu's restless heart quickly calmed down. "Since it was given to you by His Majesty, it is naturally up to you to decide." Lu Chen said, "If Kaiyu doesn't like them, I will send them back to the Xiao Dynasty." Ji Kaiyu said, "I didn't say that." Lu Chen continued, "Those maids were sent by your majesty to monitor me." Hearing this, Ji Kaiyu was startled, and then she asked, "Monitor? Why?" Lu Chen said, "There is a being who can kill the Wanfa realm demon envoy suddenly appeared in this world. Don't you want to know who he is and what powerful forces are behind him?" Ji Kaiyu reacted, "That's right." She had known for a long time that many forces were watching Lu Chen. Lu Chen had read the identity introductions of those maids. Those maids had only one task, which was to report all his whereabouts and everything he did to Nangang Yuehua every day. This level of surveillance made Lu Chen feel a little wrong. His origins were indeed mysterious, but there was no need to report the trivial things he did every day. Lu Chen suspected that Nangang Yuehua had discovered something, so she was so defensive against him. Ji Kaihuyu continued at this time, since they are here to monitor you, it is better to send them away, so that they don't discover your secret. Lu Chen said lightly, no, let them monitor you, I won't do anything anyway. Letting them go back now will make Nangang Yuehua think that I have some secrets that I can't tell, so I sent them back and didn't want them to monitor me. Ji Kaihuyu thought about it, and then said, I understand. Lu Chen was stroking Ji Kaihuyu's gauze cloud clothes at this time, and then whispered in her ear, Kaihuyu, I feel that my body will come to Black Moon City in a few months. Are you ready? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Kaihuyu's spiritual power was disordered again, and her body became agitated again. Of course, she understood what Lu Chen meant by asking her if she was ready. Ji Kaihuyu whispered, you, just come. Seeing Ji Kaihuyu's blushing face, Lu Chen's body instantly became more excited, and Yellow Nyan under Lu Chen's body was in trouble at this time. The former wife of the Heavenly Wolf King has now surrendered to Lu Chen. Tianchen World, Yanchenj Palace. The beautiful woman Yellow Nyan looked at Lu Chen with resentment and grievance. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen only found her today. In the past, when Lu Chen came back, he would always call a few people, or ask Xiao Wenyao to come. After all, Xiao Wenyao's bedroom was next to hers, which was more convenient. As a result, Lu Chen suddenly appeared in her room this time, and did not call other sisters. Now Lu Chen is already a cultivator in the 10,000 Dharma realm, how could she be his opponent? Lu Chen stroked Yellow Nanyan's soft body, looked into her eyes and said, Nanyan, have you missed me recently? Yellow Nanyan replied, of course I miss your majesty all the time. Lu Chen said, oh? Really? Then I have to ease your longing. Yellow Nanyan said quickly, your majesty is busy with all kinds of things, how dare I delay your majesty for too much time? Seeing the beautiful woman's panic, Lu Chen was too lazy to tease her anymore. He smiled and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll go to other people later. Yellow Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Then Yellow Nanyan continued to ask, your majesty, is there anything going on when you return to Yanchenj this time? Lu Chen hasn't been back for a long time. During this period, it has been rumored that the Tianchen world has been invaded by enemies from other worlds. Lu Chen's wives and concubines are very worried about Lu Chen. Lu Chen came back suddenly, but he didn't summon his wives and concubines immediately. Instead, he came to ride on her. This shows that Lu Chen probably didn't want too many people to know that he was back, so he must have something to deal with, so he didn't make such a high profile. Obviously, Yellow Nanyan thought too much. Lu Chen just happened to think of Yellow Nanyan's plump body, so he went to her directly to start, and then asked her if she knew about the dragon and phoenix tree. Lu Chen turned Yellow Nanyan over, let her face away from him, and then pressed her down again, saying in her ear, it's nothing important, I just came back to see you. Yellow Nanyan hummed and asked, then why didn't your majesty tell the other sisters? Lu Chen said, there is no need to make a big fuss every time you come back. For me, it's just a blink of an eye from Black Dragon City to Yanchenj, and it's not a very far place. At this point, Lu Chen asked while moving, Nanyan, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation recently? End of this chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 773. Oh? Are you blaming me, my lady? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yellow Nanyan tried hard to control his emotions. Who? Thanks to your majesty, everything, well, is fine. Lu Chen continued to ask, Who, are you still drinking dragon and phoenix tea? Yellow Nanyan said, of course he is drinking. Hey, why did your majesty suddenly ask this question? Lu Chen said, my master told me that there is something wrong with the dragon and phoenix tree. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nanyang was suddenly startled. Lu Chen could clearly feel Yellow Nanyang's whole body tightening. After Yellow Nanyang came back to her senses, she pretended to ask, problem? What? Hey! What problem? Lu Chen smiled and said, I don't know either, so I want to ask you if you feel uncomfortable after drinking dragon phoenix tea. Yellow Nanyang said quickly, I don't feel uncomfortable. Lu Chen said, oh? Really? Lu Chen said while speeding up his movements, this is what my master told me. She said that women who drink dragon phoenix tea will have a deeper and deeper affection for me. They have long discovered the special features of dragon phoenix tea. The reason why they pretend not to know and continue to drink dragon phoenix tea is because they regard me as a furnace. Hearing Lu Chen's last words calling himself Yellow Nanyang became even more nervous and his body became even hotter. Yellow Nanyang quickly said, I have never had such an idea, Your Majesty, Lu Chen immediately said, hey, so you have already discovered the secret of Long Feng tea. Yellow Nanyang panicked, I am. She didn't know what to say now. In her opinion, the secret of the dragon and phoenix tree could never be told. She had long been aware of the secret of the dragon and phoenix tree, but she had been pretending not to know. She was also afraid that Lu Chen would notice that she already knew the secret. After all, it doesn't sound good to talk about this kind of thing. After all, Lu Chen is an emperor, and he is also an emperor who dominates the world. He actually uses such a small trick. If people know about it, it will damage Lu Chen's image. Seeing how nervous Yellow Nanyang was, Lu Chen suddenly became playful and continued busy with his own affairs, leaving Yellow Nanyang to face the feeling of a blank mind and panic. After an unknown amount of time, everything seemed to be calm in the palace. Lu Chen whispered in Yellow Nanyang's ear, hey! Just know it if you know it. I won't do anything to scare you. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the beautiful woman whose mind went blank gradually came to her senses. Lu Chen deliberately used this matter to make himself nervous, and then took advantage of it. Lu Chen likes to do this kind of thing the most. This little man is so disgusting. Although he has already grown up, in Yellow Nanyang's eyes at this moment, Lu Chen is still a little man. He is so playful, but he hasn't grown up yet. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Yellow Nanyang and rolled over again, then lowered his head to look down at her beautiful face, and continued to ask, Nanyang, since you are aware of the impact of Long Feng tea on you, why do you continue to drink it? Hearing this question, Yellow Nanyang was silent for a moment, and the blush on his face became thicker. Seeing Yellow Nanyang hesitate to speak, Lu Chen stroked her cheek and said, you can say whatever you want in front of me. Yellow Nanyang simply stopped hiding it and said directly, I am already His Majesty's woman and can't live without His Majesty, so the influence of dragon and phoenix tea is a good thing for me. Drinking dragon and phoenix tea can still help me speed up my cultivation. She already had a child with Lu Chen, and her heart was devoted to Lu Chen. At this point, what was the point of quitting Long Feng tea? As for dragon phoenix tea, it will make her like Lu Chen more and more. This influence will be a good influence for her and for Lu Chen's other wives and concubines. After all, they belong to Lu Chen themselves, and those who don't like Lu Chen will like Lu Chen. Who? Taking the initiative to quit Long Feng tea means that they already have other thoughts. Hearing Yellow Nanyang's answer, Lu Chen thought to himself that it seemed that his woman basically thought like Yellow Nanyang. In this era, it's basically a matter of marrying a chicken, marrying a dog, or a dog. They have all fallen into his trap and are bound to him. Now, dragon phoenix tea is not a bad thing for them. So even if all of them knew the effects of dragon phoenix tea, they would not have any negative emotions towards him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the main reason was that his follow-up services kept up, so his wives did not have any complaints against him. If he forcibly took away their innocence and failed to keep up with the follow-up services, they would probably be a little dissatisfied with him no matter what after they knew the effects of Longfeng tea. Seeing that Lu Chen was silent and seemed to be thinking about something, Yellow Nanyang said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, why don't you call Yayao here? She has been talking about your Majesty recently." It was indeed difficult for her to deal with Lu Chen, who was already a cultivator in the 10,000 Dharma realm. Anyway, Xiao Wenyao was next door, and Xiao Wenyao probably noticed the movement in her room at this time, and was probably thinking about it next door. After hearing Yellow Nanyang's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then sent a message to the maid outside the room, "Go and call concubine Xiao." Originally, when Lu Chen was doing that kind of thing with his wives and concubines, there were always maids or servants serving beside them. But today, in order to test whether Yellow Nanyang knew about the dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen asked the maids and servants to leave the palace. Now there were only 2 of them in the entire palace. After hearing Lu Chen's voice transmission, the maid at the door immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." A moment later, Xiao Wenyao appeared in Yellow Nanyang's palace, as if she had known what would happen long ago, so she had already made preparations. When Xiao Wenyao entered Yellow Nanyang's palace, Lu Chen and Yellow Nanyang had already started the round of confrontation. When Xiao Wenyao entered the palace, her face began to heat up. At this time, Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Xiao Wenyao, who was standing in the middle of the bedroom, and said with a smile, "Yayao, what are you doing standing there? Come here." Xiao Wenyao said softly, "Slave, slave will come right away." Xiao Wenyao has a special liking for this self-proclaimed title. Although she has been named a noble concubine, she still likes to call herself slave in front of Lu Chen, and she finds that Lu Chen seems to like her self-proclaimed title. After Xiao Wenyao finished speaking, she came to the soft couch and helped Yellow Nanyang deal with Lu Chen. In the evening, Lu Chen came to an antique room full of poetry and books. He did not spend too much time with Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao. After all, he still had so many wives and concubines waiting for him. Although he did not summon them, he made such a big fuss at Yellow Nanyang's place, and they probably knew that he was back. After Lu Chen walked into Murong Shwetter's bedroom, he did not find Murong Shwetter. The bedroom was extremely quiet at this time. There were calligraphy and poems on the walls of the bedroom, and there were several sketches of Lu Chen next to Murong Shwetter's soft couch. At this time, Lu Chen used his spiritual power to sense Murong Shwetter's specific location and found that Murong Shwetter was in her study at the moment, so Lu Chen directly came to Murong Shwetter's study with a teleportation. Murong Shwetter was lying on the desk, holding a brush, writing something seriously. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen did not disturb her. He slowly walked to the side and looked at Murong Shwetter. Murong Shwetter was wearing black and white clothes, with poems embroidered on the white clothes. The robe was a little loose, revealing her white jade neck and half of her shoulders. Murong Shwetter's hair was tied up high, looking mature and dignified, full of the breath of a noble lady, and at the same time she also exuded a faint talent. Seeing Murong Shwetter's serious look, Lu Chen wanted to press her on the table and write on her body fiercely. After an unknown amount of time, Murong Shwetter finally said, "Your Majesty, why don't you speak when you come?" Murong Shwetter did not turn her head to look at Lu Chen, but continued to write her own words. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I am the emperor after all. You didn't even salute me when I came, but asked me why I didn't speak." Murong Shwetter said lightly, "Didn't your Majesty say that there are only relatives in your harem, no monarchs and ministers, and you don't have to salute when you see me? Does your Majesty intend to take back this sentence?" Lu Chen chuckled, and Murong Shwetter actually listened to this. Although he had emphasized it many times, his other women still had to salute when they saw him. Lu Chen slowly came over at this time, his arms directly around Murong Schwetter's waist, let his body stick to her hips, and then his head lay on her neck and took a deep breath. I haven't been back for so long, did Schwetter miss me? After Murong Schwetter felt Lu Chen's enthusiasm on her buttocks, she knew what Lu Chen was going to do next. She put down the brush in her hand and turned her head slightly to look at Lu Chen. I am your Majesty's woman, of course I miss your Majesty all the time, but it's a pity that your Majesty is busy and can't come to me often. At this point, Murong Schwetter showed a lonely look on her face, looking like she was very wronged. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Oh, are you blaming me? Then I will stay with you for a while." Lu Chen naturally understood that Murong Schwetter's lonely look was pretended. He and Murong Schwetter played these games more than once or twice, but in the end Murong Schwetter would beg for mercy and admit defeat. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Schwetter continued to act aggrieved. Your Majesty is ambitious for the world, how can he be intoxicated by the gentle countryside? Before Murong Schwetter finished speaking, she heard a tearing sound behind her. Lu Chen directly pressed Murong Schwetter on the words she had just written. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 774 Untying the Knot. Murong Schwetter will never learn from the past. Every time Lu Chen comes, she will use various methods to stimulate Lu Chen, and she will eventually suffer the consequences. For example, this is the case now. Lu Chen picked up the brush and kept writing poems on Murong Schwetter's snow-white jade back, and then wrote 4 big characters on her lower abdomen. The originally snow-white body was occupied by black ink characters. The conflict of perspectives created by the two opposite colors made her look more charming. Lu Chen also became more impulsive. Murong Schwetter was lying on the desk at this time, looking at Lu Chen with tears in her eyes. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Lu Chen smiled and said, Wrong? Where was it wrong? Murong Schwetter opened her red lips slightly. I shouldn't seduce. Who? Your Majesty. Lu Chen said, You are my wife, it's okay to seduce me, it seems that you still don't know where you are wrong, you must continue to punish. After an unknown period of time, the brush in Lu Chen's hand stopped, and Murong Schwetter was already slumped on the desk. Seeing that Lu Chen did not continue to practice calligraphy, Murong Schwetter's eyes slowly moved down and looked at Lu Chen's handsome face. Who? Why didn't His Majesty notify you when you came back this time? Lu Chen said, For me, the Black Moon City Palace is no different from the back garden. There is no need to make such a big fuss every time I come back. At this time, Lu Chen stretched out his hand and gently stroked the 4 big words on Murong Schwetter's belly, as if he was admiring his handwriting. Murong Schwetter supported her arms on the table, slowly raised her upper body and glanced down at the 4 words on her belly. Safe travels. Then Murong Schwetter rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. But then again, these 4 words are better than the 3 words that Lu Chen wrote before that started with the word meat. She didn't understand what those 3 words meant in the past, but as she spent more time with Lu Chen, she gradually understood what those 3 words meant. The 3 words starting with meat meant that she was Lu Chen's plaything and Lu Chen's container. Murong Schwetter continued to ask, How long does your Majesty plan to stay this time? After Lu Chen left last time, he has not returned for nearly half a year. Although the current Great Xia Dynasty can still operate without Lu Chen's long-term absence from Yanqing will still cause some panic. People will wonder if Lu Chen has had something happen outside the Tianquan world, so he has not returned. While stroking the 4 big words safe in and out, Lu Chen replied, I guess I won't stay for long. I am preparing to send troops to the Xiang world. This is not a big secret, Lu Chen told Murong Schwetter directly. Hearing this, Murong Schwetter was slightly stunned. Although she has been staying in her own palace, practicing calligraphy, writing poems, and painting every day, she is still very familiar with what is happening outside. After the collision between the Tianchen world and the Xiang world, the cracks in the boundary wall became larger and larger, and the Great Xia Dynasty sent heavy troops to guard the cracks in the boundary wall. It is said that Xiang world is a high-level cultivation world, with many more cultivators than Tianchen world, and the spiritual energy is also more abundant. Lu Chen has not sent troops into Xiang world, mainly because the strength of Xiang world may far exceed that of Tianchen world. Mirong Shuer asked at this time, "Your Majesty, have you found out the situation of Xiang world?" Mirong Shuer believed that Lu Chen would never fight an unprepared battle. Since Lu Chen proposed to attack Xiang world, it means that Lu Chen may have found out the specific situation of Xiang world. Lu Chen replied, "Well, there are no strong people in the God transformation realm in Xiang world." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mirong Shuer did not ask any more questions. Although Lu Chen told her about this, she could not get involved in such things. She has now been raised by Lu Chen as a canary, staying in the cage of the palace all day long. Although the cage is not closed, she can go wherever she wants, but she has no place she wants to go. Lu Chen continued, "By the way, Nanyang just told me that you once reminded her that there was something wrong with Dragon and Phoenix tea." Hearing this, Mirong Shuer was startled. Dragon and Phoenix tea has a problem? Isn't this a consensus that Lu Chen's women never mention? When did she remind Yellow Nanyang? Thinking of this, Mirong Shuer suddenly remembered that when they had a dinner at Fenjiun Palace some time ago, Yellow Nanyang suddenly said that she would quit drinking and would only drink tea instead of alcohol in the future. She said that after drinking, she would always think about Lu Chen in her mind, and her whole body would be restless and she couldn't sleep. At that time, Mirong Shuer jokingly reminded her that drinking Dragon and Phoenix tea would make it worse, and Dragon and Phoenix tea is a lovesick tea. Compared to alcohol, drinking Dragon and Phoenix tea would indeed make Lu Chen's wives and concubines miss him more, and many women have long discovered this. At that time, Mirong Shuer just said it casually. She also knew that a smart woman like Yellow Nanyang must have known about the problem of Dragon Phoenix tea a long time ago. As a result, Yellow Nanyang actually said in front of Lu Chen that she reminded her that there was a problem with Dragon Phoenix tea. Mirong Shuer quickly denied it and said, "I didn't say such a thing." Lu Chen looked at Mirong Shuer slightly panicked but forced calm eyes, "Really?" Mirong Shuer said, "Dragon Phoenix tea is just tea, what can be wrong with it, and Dragon Phoenix tea is a tea cultivated by His Majesty himself. If you say that there is a problem with Dragon Phoenix tea, wouldn't that be doubting His Majesty? I dare not doubt His Majesty." Mirong Shuer started to play dumb. Of course she knew there was something wrong with Longfeng tea. After she was taken over by Lu Chen, she had been thinking about why she was at the mercy of this guy after she came into contact with Lu Chen, and ended up getting deeper and deeper into it. In the end, she understood that Lu Chen's women would all drink Dragon Phoenix tea, so it was most likely a problem with Dragon Phoenix tea. Of course, she, like Lu Chen's other women, always pretended that she didn't know what to do. In their opinion, Lu Chen, a lecherous person, was not a serious person in the first place, and it was normal for him to use some tricks. It's just that Lu Chen is the emperor after all, so he definitely can't talk about such small tricks. If he talks about it, it will make Lu Chen lose face. They just know it in their hearts. Hearing Mirong Shuer's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You don't sound like you don't doubt me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he continued to move. Mirong Shuer was completely silent, letting Lu Chen do whatever he wanted and not daring to speak nonsense. After a while, Lu Chen pulled Mirong Shuer's body up and turned her back to him. He put his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, "It seems that you already know that there is something wrong with Longfeng tea." Upon hearing this, Mirong Shuer's body tensed up instantly. Lu Chen continued, Do you think I am a despicable and shameless person? I actually use this method to treat you. Murong Shwetter said, Hey, what is your majesty saying? Why can't I understand? She didn't bother to worry about the issue of Longfeng tea now. Lu Chen had already eaten it up, so there was nothing else to worry about. As long as this guy remains responsible to the end, she is willing to chew the bark of the dragon and phoenix tree, let alone drink dragon and phoenix tea. Seeing that Murong Shwetter was unwilling to talk about dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen immediately used disapparation. The next moment, their bodies appeared on Murong Shwetter's soft couch. Then Murong Shwetter was given a severe punishment. Murong Shwetter was speechless. None of them cared and pretended not to know anything. Instead, this guy came to ask her if she knew about dragon phoenix tea. It's just a small trick, why does he care so much? Murong Shwetter lay on her back on the soft couch, with her legs pressed against her chest, looking at Lu Chen who was about to torture her. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I admit it. Lu Chen stopped and asked with a smile, what do you recognize? Murong Shwetter said helplessly, I do know, there is something wrong with Longfeng tea, who? Lu Chen continued to ask, then what do you think? Murong Shwetter said, Your Majesty's other, women must also know about it. This is just a small trick of His Majesty, and we don't care. Lu Chen stared at Murong Shwetter's cold and charming face, you really don't care. Murong Shwetter curled her lips and said, Your Majesty has eaten all the food and wiped it clean. Why do you still care about this? Hey, don't talk about dragon and phoenix tea. Even if Your Majesty gives me the love poison now. I also willing. After hearing Murong Shwetter's answer, Lu Chen thought, well, it seems that his wives and concubines really don't care that much about Longfeng tea. However, he still planned to talk to them one by one. Now, there was nothing to hide. For Murong Shwetter, Lu Chen's tricks against her were not just dragon phoenix tea. Every time Lu Chen came here to practice calligraphy with her, he would torture her to death with various methods. Those methods were more ferocious than dragon phoenix tea. Too much. Compared with those methods, Murong Shwetter even felt that dragon phoenix tea had no effect at all. Dragon phoenix tea only made her miss Lu Chen, while Lu Chen's methods to deal with her made her love, hate and miss Lu Chen. Lu Chen said at this time, okay, I won't talk about this anymore, let's just get down to business. After the words fell, Lu Chen leaned down and blocked Murong Shwetter's red lips. In the next half-month, Lu Chen went to the bedrooms of each of her wives and concubines and told them about dragon phoenix tea. After telling the story about dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen felt a lot more relaxed. In the past, Lu Chen had always had a knot in his heart, that is, the method of dragon and phoenix tea was not glorious, and only a few people did this. People know that he has been worried that one day his wives and concubines will know about it. Now after he told them the specific effects of dragon and phoenix tea, he found that they actually didn't care at all, and he no longer felt this knot in his heart. Although he also knew that the reason why they didn't care might be because of the effects of dragon and phoenix tea, but it's better than keeping it bottled up all the time. End of chapter. Chapter 775 I plan to attack the Xiang world. After Lu Chen untied his knot, he immediately convened a grand court meeting. When the officials heard that Lu Chen was going to convene a grand court meeting, they were particularly shocked. Lu Chen had not managed the government for many years. He suddenly convened a grand court meeting. There must be something very important, which made people pay attention. Yanchenj, the council hall. Lu Chen sat on the dragon chair and glanced at Lu Chongfeng who was sitting below the dragon platform. He was quite satisfied with his son. During the years when he didn't care about the government, Lu Chongfeng managed the whole Daxia very well. And his eldest son was not like himself who only knew how to lie on women all day. So far, Lu Chongfeng only had Wu Yao as a woman. Lu Chen has always been most afraid that his children will follow his example and become as depraved as he is. Although he doesn't care if they marry more, he is very worried that they will become depraved. After glancing at Lu Chongfeng, Lu Chen's eyes fell on the table in front of the dragon chair again, and then he quietly flipped through the government reports on the table. All the civil and military officials in the court sat quietly, waiting for Lu Chen to speak. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen finally spoke, "Chongfeng, you have managed very well during the years when I was away. Keep it up." Hearing this, Lu Chongfeng quickly stood up from his seat and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Father, for your praise." What Lu Chongfeng had always hoped for was to be praised by his father. He always regarded his father as a role model. His father praised him in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. This was a recognition of him and the greatest honor for him. Lu Chen said, "Get up, you are the prince, don't kneel all the time." Lu Chongfeng said again, "Thank you, father." Then Lu Chongfeng stood up and returned to his seat. At this time, all the civil and military officials in the court breathed a sigh of relief, especially the ministers who assisted Lu Chongfeng in handling government affairs. What they feared most was that Lu Chen would suddenly return to the court and be dissatisfied with what they did. Now the emperor's words praising the prince basically dispelled their worries. Lu Chen glanced at the civil and military officials in the court, and then said, "I plan to attack the Xiang world." As soon as these words came out, the whole court was silent. Although they had long guessed that Lu Chen must have held a big meeting for a big event, they did not expect it to be such a big event. Attacking the Xiang world is not attacking a country. It is a complete world of cultivation. There are many forces and many powerful people in it. The difficulty is many orders of magnitude higher than the unification of the Tianchen world. However, even though they knew that the Xiang world might face many difficulties, no one in the court raised any objections. In the eyes of the ministers, His Majesty would not suddenly think of attacking the Xiang world for no reason. He must have already explored the situation of the Xiang world. Their Majesty has always been a relatively stable emperor. Moreover, he is relatively strong. Since he has already said it and made a decision, it is basically unlikely to be taken back. Lu Chen's words are a notice. They, the ministers, only need to consider how to attack the Xiang world and how to govern the Xiang world after conquering it. Seeing that no one in the court spoke, Lu Chen continued, "I have already found out the situation in Xiang world. There are no cultivators in the God transformation realm in Xiang world, and there are many forces within Xiang world, and they are not united. If there are no accidents, Xiang world can be conquered in 5 years." Hearing Lu Chen's words, people thought to themselves, no wonder the emperor has not managed government affairs in these years, and left everything to the prince. It turns out that the emperor went to find out the situation in Xiang world. Since the emperor has already figured out the situation in Xiang world, then we should follow the emperor's wishes and start preparing for war. Lu Chen then continued, "This is the first time that the Great Xia Dynasty has declared war on an entire world, so there is still a certain degree of difficulty. I plan to continue to expand the army. Next, you can discuss it, and by the way, tell us your opinions. If you have any ideas or suggestions, you can put them forward." After Lu Chen's voice fell, the ministers in the hall began to discuss. To wage war on a cultivation world, there are too many things to prepare, such as soldiers, food, and flying boats. To control the Xiang world, more soldiers are needed to occupy the important cities of the Xiang world. However, if most of the soldiers of Daxia are transferred to the Xiang world, the Daxia dynasty will be empty at that time, and some forces may take the opportunity to rebel. Even if there are no internal forces causing trouble, there may be enemies outside. Some time ago, it has been rumored that the Tianchen world encountered invading enemies from other worlds. No one knows whether there will be invaders from other worlds suddenly attacking the Tianchen world after Daxia sent troops to the Xiang world. Therefore, when sending troops to the Xiang world, the Tianchen world must also leave enough soldiers, and the army must be expanded. The next Grand Court meeting was held for a week in a row. This is the longest Grand Court meeting since Lu Chen ascended the throne. The outside world does not know what the Grand Court meeting is discussing for the time being, but Emperor Xia held the Grand Court meeting for a week in a row. This is obviously something particularly important. For a time, all kinds of rumors appeared among the people. Finally, after the matter of sending troops was basically settled, the Daxia official newspaper immediately issued a letter to the people. When people heard that war was about to break out again, they felt extremely anxious. However, the soldiers of the Daxia army were quite excited. For them, war was an opportunity to gain military merit. If there was no war, they would only be ordinary soldiers for their whole lives. The soldiers in this world were not very conscious. Even though the military discipline of Daxia was very strict, most soldiers became soldiers to change their fate. Of course, such thoughts also had their advantages. When launching foreign wars, the soldiers would not feel too guilty. The war did not start immediately. It would take at least half a year to prepare for the attack on Xiang world. After Lu Chen issued the order to expand the army, he handed the matter to the Crown Prince Lu Chongfeng, and then he went to Black Moon City to convene a meeting of cultivators. At the meeting of cultivators, all the major forces expressed their full support for Daxia's attack on Xiang world, and all the sects and schools would send disciples to participate. All the major forces knew that the emperor convened the meeting of cultivators at this time, obviously not just to get their attitude. If they did not put in some effort, it would not be so easy to get the job done. Black Dragon City, the Imperial Palace. Yun Xiangxian's bedroom. The green-themed bedroom was extremely quiet and peaceful. A wisp of cold air was floating in the bedroom. The maids and servants in the bedroom were all wearing thick cotton clothes. On the soft couch in the bedroom, Yun Xianxian sat cross-legged and was practicing. At this moment, a familiar spiritual power fluctuation appeared in the room, and the next moment, a pair of pig trotters hugged her slender waist from behind. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.